All right, good evening, everyone.
How's
it's
everybody doing?
Next Gen 1-3 this Sunday evening. Hope everyone's having a wonderful Sunday evening. It's Derek, and we got a special guest commentator, Brandon.
What's up, y'all?
He's going to be joining me here tonight. So let's get right into the action here. I think they're doing a PLO flip or bomb pot.
Let's see. Looks like a flip.
So how you doing, Brandon?
Doing good. Really excited to be here. You know, gotten to know some of the Next Gen guys over the past, 4 or 5 months, playing with them. Really enjoyed watching their poker journey, and excited to be here commentating on the stream tonight with y'all.
Great. All right. So I guess just maybe give the viewers a little bit of background on yourself, like maybe how you got into poker or.
So it's funny. My grandmother played 7-card stud, 10-cent, 20-cent limit with the ladies at the beauty shop.
Okay.
And that's what I learned, actually. That was my first game.
7-card stud.
7-card stud, normal or standard. So that's actually 7 or better, which most people don't see anymore. Mm-hmm. Most people, 8 or better, PLO style. And in 2002, Travel Channel did the poker tours, and I was already 18 at the time. WinStar opened after the poker explosion and been playing ever since. So
okay.
I was a product of the poker boom.
Yeah, Brandon, pretty frequent regular here at TCH Dallas. I figured to give some insight, on the play and whatnot. He plays a lot of our tournaments here as well. So it'd be really interesting to have him here tonight. As I think they're doing actually a PLO bomb pot.
Yeah, single board.
As Daniel actually has the second nut straight flopped against 2 unknown hands from Grandma and Rosie. And Rosie here, wearing the graduation outfit from SMU. Pretty awesome for them. Shout out to the Next Gen boys. Congratulations to them for graduating the class of 2022. And right off the bat here, Rosie is all in this PLO bomb pot hand, getting actually the other player to fold their 7 or their jack high straight. And I imagine it's probably nuts versus nuts.
Yeah, I mean, that's the
Oh no.
We got a game changer.
When the board pairs, someone's. Oh, there it is.
I mean, that's normal PLO though. You flop the nut straight
against some kind of a set.
Turns a flush,
yeah.
And the board pairs on the river.
Right.
Just a lot more variance than the normal Texas Hold'em.
Okay. So I'm getting word from Cooper that Grandma did have a set of 9s, rivering a boat, and will take down Rosie's nut straight, it seems like. So right off the bat here, fortunate year for Rosie to, get the Next Gen channel running and graduating from SMU, but, kind of a cooler situation right off the bat here.
PLO is such a different game from Hold'em. Most people look at it through the Hold'em lens, trying to get it in good and leverage people out. And, it's tough. There's so much variance, higher swings, and, it's not an uncommon thing.
Yeah, I mean, I've heard, the highest favorite you could a lot of the time the highest favorite could be, like, from going from the turn to the river is 3-1 favorite. And, that's so low compared to Hold'em. You could be a massive favorite going to the river.
And I mean, things change each street so dramatically. Yeah. That's why it's a pot limit game versus a no limit.
Right. All right, let's see. We got a lot of our chat regulars here. Alice Acuna, Bida9, Poker Monkey, Tiny Poker, Drone On. You got Ryan Crow in the chat as well, giving his congrats to the Next Gen Poker crew. Ryan Crow, for those of you that know, our CEO of Texas Card House.
That's what I'm saying. I feel like I need to.
Awesome, awesome. Nice to see all of y'all in here nice and early. 100 of y'all in the chat already. And right off the bat here, doing some fun prop games, stand-up game. And I don't know if you've played this, Brandon. This is a fun game.
I have. This is an action driver for sure. So if the bomb pot wasn't enough, stand-up game, basically, everyone stands up. You win a hand, you get to sit down. Last person standing's got to do some kind of payout similar to the 7-deuce game if y'all are familiar with that.
Right. And I'm sure we'll find out pretty soon what that bounty is going to be. And last time I actually played the stand-up game, someone just went all in first hand, just so they could get, just so they could sit down.
I never thought people would just not enjoy standing so much.
Yeah, I like that because I sit down for so many hours at a time when I'm playing.
This is actually probably my favorite game.
Right.
a prop one.
So I guess we know they're playing the stand-up game right now. I'm not sure if they're playing the 7-deuce game. Maybe later, I don't know.
You know, it's a celebration, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Graduating from college is a major achievement.
Absolutely.
You know, I remember my graduation, walking the stage. You know, it's one of those memories that stay with you for a lifetime. So even though Rosie got felted on the first one, you know, I'm sure he's still in a pretty good mood.
Yeah, and then whether or not you use your college degree for you know, your future endeavors, it still is a major achievement, and it shouldn't be something it should be something you'd be proud of for sure.
Absolutely.
So. Seeing some returning faces to our live stream here, and some new faces as well. KC, I don't think I've seen on our live stream yet. Aaron, or Aaron, I think we've seen before. Woodley, we've seen, of course.
I actually played the bomb pot table with Woodley for about 4 hours yesterday. You know, we'll get some. We'll let him respond in the chat how he did. You know,
Brandon
he was trying
also
to prep
returning.
for the game tonight.
Oh my gosh! And Brandon flops trip threes with the 7-3 against KC's top pair. So this could get bloody for KC. So tonight's 1-3, 500 max buy-in. No matches stack. Oh, it's just 1-2. Should be 1-3. It might be a. Yeah,
Well,
it is 1-3. That might just be a graphic error there.
I know they're getting ready to host their meetup game here in week after next, and it's going to be 1-2, 500 cap to sit a little deeper to start out at 250 big. So maybe, you know, some kind of adjustment happened. But
yeah, that should be a really fun event too. I know I'm definitely going to be there. I imagine you'll probably be there as well.
I'm going to try. You know, I've got a young son, and so Sunday's kind of family day with him. I think it's on a Sunday.
Oh, is it really?
So, you know, should be able to hop in and out. You know, I definitely want to be here. I'd like to try to take some next-gen buns for sure.
And runner flush for Brandon. Flops trips and goes runner spades. And check on the turn. Now Brandon's going to lead out for 125 here, and I'd be very surprised if KC makes this call. Just not much you're beating here. I mean, really repping either a 3 or, you know, a larger 2 pair. But he really wanted to make that. He really wants to make that hero call. I guess with the prop bet game in mind, he might think that Brandon's trying to steal this from him.
And he's going to get paid off.
Well, he's going to show him the bad news.
You know, it's hard. You know, you get raised. Someone's playing 7-3, 8-6, trying to figure out. You just don't think they have a 3.
Right.
And you know, backdoor flush, not something. You know,
yeah, it's probably not even in the realm of his possibility. Yeah.
And the stand-up game makes you do weird things.
Absolutely. All right, we got some more faces joining us here in the chat. We got Bo, of course. What's up, Bo? Let's see, Jedi Master Ted, of course. Ragnar Roverby. How's everyone doing? Hope everyone's having a wonderful Sunday evening. You're hearing the voices of Derek and Brandon. Brandon, one of our regular players here at TCH Dallas. You know, he's expressed interest to me that he wanted to, you know, try out the live stream commentary once or twice, and there was an opening today, and you know, hope he
jumped on it.
Yeah, hope y'all give him a nice warm welcome.
Yeah, it's nice to see the next gen guys.
Wow.
Oh, Jello picking up the Rockets right behind the Ace King, 3 bets. I mean, that's pretty, you know, at any stake or spread, that's, you know, pretty much the next common thing that happens right there. Is Woodley thinking about gambling?
So there's actually something really interesting there. Woodley did put a blind sleeper raise out on the button, but the fact that Jello did raise, it changed the action. So Woodley was allowed to take that back. Yeah.
Anytime action changes, you can go back.
There might be something that, you know, Jello might be a little inexperienced with, because, oh no. Oh no. Oh no, right off the bat. Ace King all in, limp jamming against Jello's $100 raise. And that's going to be it.
We'll see. Yep, that's all she wrote.
But, oh my gosh.
You know, just for insult.
Yeah,
for injury.
the case ace.
Were you nervous that you? Yeah, I was like.
But anyways, what I was saying earlier, that might be a little inexperienced for blind sleeper raises. You know, if the action doesn't change, if you limp in, then the raise would have standed. So, but it played itself.
I call it the luck box. You know, just drop it out. I usually wait. You know, just so there's no confusion. I just drop it after, you know, action pulls around to me. But I missed that one.
Yeah, but I guess in that scenario, if because Woodley did have like 50 or 60 bucks on out on the button,
When
Daniel limped, if Jello had limped behind, then that raise
would stand. But he obviously, you know, didn't want to slow play the aces. I've experienced them crack twice today, actually.
Yeah, it might not even cross his mind. He was just thinking, oh, there's dead money out there. I'm going to raise to 100.
Got to take it back. You know, actually, maybe he was thinking about gambling there still, but, you know, got to take his money back. And
yeah, kind of a fortunate run out there for Jello there. That someone had to have ace king running. The ace is pretty cooler spot there.
yeah.
Tiny Poker saying, wow, Jello runs so pure. Yeah, absolutely. And we're only 3 hands in, I think. I think the button.
That's the third hand in the stand-up game.
Yeah, we had the PLO hand start off in the. It's 170 y'all in chat. Hope y'all are having a wonderful evening. We got 1-3 Next Gen Poker, and shout out to them for graduating from SMU with their respective degrees. I know Jello, you know, studied civil engineering, same degree that I actually got in college.
Really?
Yeah, and I think Frankie is an industrial engineer major, like kind of logistics engineering. Oh, we got a big hand here.
Woodley just opened jams after Aaron limped with 7-4. You know, over limping, you know, in a lower stakes style game, you know, kind of a strategy to hit big. Sometimes he's definitely got something that can, you know, have a nut advantage depending on the flop.
And another all-in here. And it's going to be a coin flip scenario here. And there's one of Woodley's outs in Grandma's hand there. So
What happens if we chop?
Let's see what happens once or twice.
First board gets to sit down. Yeah. You have queens? What do you have?
So first board's getting to sit down, whoever wins that.
Well, that's a really good guess. You have ace king? Ace queen. Twice?
all right, so they're going to go twice. Oh, no. One time
Max
for blood. Okay.
I got 2 overs.
So winner's going to take the entire pot and
Queen in the window.
2.
And that's going to be it.
That's going to be all she wrote.
A full double for Frankie, and Woodley is going to be down to the felt, and Frankie gets to sit down. So the pressure is mounting for these players still standing up.
You know, like I said, the stand-up game just inspires weird action. You feel the pressure from everyone else around.
Right.
You know, it becomes almost like a bubble burst of the tournament scenario.
Yeah.
You know, you don't want to be the bubble boy. And, you know, you feel a lot of pressure, you know, camaraderie from everyone, you know, some good needles coming up. You know, like I said, it's my favorite. I really enjoy playing it.
I agree.
If you're ever on the streets with me here, and
we got to try to convince the whole table. Right?
Yeah. I love that streams. You'll see me say, hey, let's get it going. I'll be on a PLO table, Congress, 1, 2, 2, 5, the bomb pot table. I hop around everything.
What's it called? It's like breaking a seal, but with busting. No, just give me one for now so I can play. All right, got 400 plays here. No, 500. We got 500 behind. 400 behind. 400 behind the. Are you serious? That is the best thing.
They're the spam bots. Right, zap them.
So in less than 10 minutes, we've had 2 feltings or 3?
2. But there was a pretty big pot between KC and Brandon. Yes, with just top pair of 6s against trips.
Yeah.
Or a flush. Excuse me.
Just had to see it. Sometimes you just got to pay.
Eddie Betts says, who's in the booth with you, Derek? Brandon, and your last name is Mathis, right?
Yep.
All right, Brandon Mathis, a regular here. Plays a lot of 1, 2, 2, 5, PLO, pretty much anything here, tournaments.
Yeah, I
whatever
mean,
game's running, right?
You know, like I said in my background, I came from, you know, stud as my first game, and stud transitions into PLO, and then, you know, the holdem, ESPN, the moneymaker, you know, craze happened, and, you know, been playing ever since.
Yeah, so yeah, for those of y'all that don't know Brandon, give him a nice warm welcome. First time doing the commentary here, and you know, hope y'all like him.
Casey rips ace queen off there into Aaron.
I think it's pretty standard play there. Raised
Aaron
55,
raised with 7-5 off first. You know, he's ready to sit down, so it's only 250 more to him to call.
300.
You know, actually getting the right price here, or pretty close to it at least. Let's see. No, actually, just a shade under, but
It's yeah,
it's
just,
pretty close.
It's
pretty
right around that
close.
2-1. Aaron loves some action.
Yeah,
You should consider Action Aaron potentially.
Yeah.
You know, for a rebrand name.
yeah, I like that actually. We'll have to mention that to him.
Aaron's always fun to play with, whether it's a tournament, 1-2. I was actually down, and I ran into him somewhere down south of Dallas, and he just came up to me and was like, "Hey man, how's it doing?" He's probably one of the most friendly people in here.
He is very nice. Also, some kind words here. What up, Brandon? You're doing great.
Thanks, appreciate it, guys.
Dre's Zell, why are they all standing? They're playing the stand-up game. It's one of the prop games you could, one of the many prop games you could play here on the live stream. You know, either 7-deuce game, winning with 7-deuce at showdown or at any point. You know, everyone has to pay you a bounty. This is kind of the reverse in the sense that everyone starts standing up, and then when you win a hand with anything, you get to sit down.
Whether it's fold or it's showdown.
Yeah, it doesn't have to be a showdown. It just can be get everyone to fold. You take down the pot. You get it. You sit down. Last person standing has to pay everybody a specific amount, whether it's $10 a person, $20 a person, $50 a person. I imagine for these stakes, it's probably like $10 a person.
Yeah, I mean, probably, maybe a green chip. You know, it is a celebration. You know, having fun. You know, inducing action. It gets some crazy action, other than when any of the button game. That's how most people know it. I prefer the small blind version of it, where the small blind is the winner.
Yeah. That creates a lot more action. Because then
well,
you just see the small blind and button battling.
Some, you know, they're both different.
Yeah.
I prefer the small blind because the pots get bigger. I want to win the pot, but you know, for inducing battling, the dealer button game, you know, people attacking them from all angles, you know.
Absolutely.
They're just all fun.
And it looks like Woodley's going to bet out here. Oh, man. And I miss Brandon maybe sensing some weakness from Woodley. Going to put in a raise with, you know, pretty much zero equity here. Got some backdoor diamonds.
Are they playing the 7-deuce game?
I'm not sure. I mean, I've seen Brandon just play the 7-deuce when they didn't have the 7-deuce before, so this could just be him having some fun.
You know, just single bet pot, right, to come in, repping an ace potentially.
Had you dominated. Yeah. I busted Elijah. I had a 7. Really? In the free roll? I doubled him at first. I got 4.
And he's going to take it down.
Yeah, he might have shown it, but yeah, I don't see any bounty chips being thrown his way. So no 7-deuce game, but he decided to play the 7-deuce himself.
You know, sensing a little, maybe potentially, you know, just a little tilt from Woodley after getting belted. Just got his fresh chips and, you know, made a play. It was a good one. I don't know how, Derek, you feel. I have certain hands that I mix in for, you know, my kind of airball bluffs. Mine is 6-8 offsuit and 4-8 offsuit. Only reason 4-8 is I got busted for a, you know, kind of jam all in, and I sucked out and made a wheel draw against a set of flopped aces.
Oh, man.
So that, you know.
Hands tend to stick with you when you win big pots with them, right?
Yeah.
I totally understand that.
Rosie folds my bluff hand, the 6-8 offsuit there.
Grandma showing some aggression here. Woodley raising with the Queen-6 offsuit. Man, they're like the wide range here. Grandma 3-betting to $45 pre-flop with the ace of hearts. And this board is definitely going to smash her range, so she's going to go check behind. This is going to open the door for Woodley to maybe start bluffing here, potentially. But no, he's going to check it over to Grandma again, as he knows this board does favor her range quite a bit.
Grandma's also, you know, when she gets the showdown, she's usually had it.
Oh, whoa.
Woodley with the check raise. Gets her to fold. And he gets to redeem himself.
I guess he thought that delayed c-bet was a little confusing. You know, if they had a strong holding on that kind of board texture, say like a king or even a jack, they would bet that flop.
Yeah, I totally agree with that there. I mean, you know, with 2 diamonds, you got possible straights. There's a lot of cards you don't want to see.
Yeah.
And when you know, she bets out on the 3, what's she representing there?
Right. Either some kind of diamond or either straight draw, but or just a pure air ball like this.
Yeah, and Woodley, you know, 2-bet or, you know, raised on that to 75 bucks. Price, you know, this is the price of poker. Made a strong play and took the pot down.
You know, one of the many instances where you don't need to have the best hand to win the pot,
No,
right?
you don't.
You just need to sense out what your opponent's doing, and it does their line make sense, right?
So they're playing. They got a $10 straddle on. Frankie over limps with threes. He's been doing that a lot when he's, you know, having small pocket pairs in their videos. It's a good way to set mine effectively. It's something I do from time to time.
Yeah, for sure.
And you know, with some crazy people behind you, it's good pot protection, right?
Yeah, and I'd say in a game where there's not much 3-betting, it's probably a fine play to do. But I've noticed, like, if you try to do that in, like, a 2-5 game where there's a lot more 3-betting, you're just kind of burning money a lot of the time. So I know a lot of people just like to fold those small pocket pairs onto the gun.
It depends on the straddle.
It depends on the game. Yeah.
You know, we just had a spread 2-5-10 mandatory straddle 3 blinds. Not a lot of limping in that game. It was getting punished pretty heavily.
Right. All right, so a bet from Aaron here with his pair of 8s. Jello going to call with his flush draw. Going to turn top pair with his flush draw.
Jello's
now Jello
got the world.
going nowhere.
Still running pure from aces to flush draw to top pair. Let's see if Aaron risks it.
I mean, if Jello bets here and Aaron jams, I don't think Jello can fold. And Aaron's going to let it go here. Nice hand there for Jello, making it really tough for Aaron and I think Rosie, the last two standing up. So,
yeah.
You know, Rosie's definitely not going to want to have to pay that. He's already got felted off the bat.
You know, that was a good fold by Aaron. You know, Aaron maybe more action. You know, his VPIP's at 62%, but, man, he makes really great folds. You know, he knew he was ahead right there, tried to win, and, you know, the jack helps him. Or Jello, it helps Jello. You know, he makes a little smart lay down there. And, you know, Rosie, let's see if he gets a little out of line, uses his tight image to his advantage right here, and we'll see. This is going to be a fun one.
I mean, at this point, there's almost like a strategy to where if you have any playable hand, you just ship it in there so you can sit down, right?
You know, A2C, any 2 cards.
Oh, no. Rosie doesn't like seeing Aaron get in the mix here. I think Aaron did limp. Jello going to raise the small blind with the queen 10 of hearts.
Limp call.
Now Aaron going to call behind with a mystery hand here. Probably doesn't scan his cards just yet. And wow, what a flop again here for Jello. Flush draw and with the potential of a straight draw on the turn.
Yeah, a redraw to the straight flush.
Oh wow. Aaron
shoves.
going all in. I don't think Jello can fold now. 2 overs and the queen high flush.
It depends on, you know, how much he feels he's good here. You know, does he have maybe ace 5 of hearts right here as a limp overcall? I mean, definitely strategy when you're playing the stand-up, you know. You want to try to get things cheap, so if you need to jam, you can do it for the most fold equity.
Right, yeah. Like, you're making him have to call off $300 to win, to just double his money instead of just getting a better price. But
it looks like Aaron's letting him maybe pick one if he folds.
What is that? Is that a 9?
9 of spades.
Okay, so Jello now knows he's behind.
So, you know, does he want to
But his overs are live. Flush draw and 2 overs, that's a pure coin flip against a top pair holding.
Let's see if they want to maybe run it twice.
Even if you show me both, I think I'd still have a tough decision.
You know, what if he's got another 9-bet? You know, that's a trick I've seen Aaron do in the past. If he's got a pocket pair, you know, pick one. That's a, you know, pretty classic kind of trick to induce action or, you know, kind of a fold scenario, whichever they're going for.
Sure. So, I mean, so we know for sure he has a 9 here. He could very well have, like, 9-7, right?
Yeah. 9-7 of spades. You know, that's a good limp. You know, if you're going to have a limping range, that's a good one to limp. That's definitely, you want to see a cheap flop.
9-10, queen 9, which would be reducing some of Jello's outs if that's one of Aaron's holdings.
Jello's in the blender here.
Oh, he does make the call, and at least we'll see Aaron's.
2 times, guys.
Two pair,
Yep.
2 pair. Okay. So actually, Jello in a lot worse shape than he thought.
You know, that's smart by Aaron agreeing to run it twice. He's way ahead out
Yeah.
here. He wants to sit down, most importantly.
Oh, right off the bat.
Stays standing.
They're
So-
using the first run out so he's going to stay standing,
That's a 10.
and they're going to
So
chop.
that's a pure chop there. Wow, that 10 did give him a few more outs there on the turn.
You know, if I'm all in, you know, hopefully I feel I'm ahead in most scenarios. I'm a run it twice guy. I've just decided that's the way I do it.
Yeah.
If they say, you know, I leave it up to them. They ask, hey, I run it twice. Listen, that's what I do. You want to run it once, whatever.
Yeah, I have no real preference either way. I guess for me, I tend to not really say anything. So like if when the money gets in and we're just kind of both staring at the board, then it's like I'm not one to bring up the twice. But if they ask, I'll happily run it twice.
So, with you've seen some bad tablings of cards recently. Now if I just instantly table my cards. I fast roll instead of slow roll. This is what you're up against. You decide. I always run it twice.
Yeah.
And be real quick, concise.
You played enough poker to know no matter if they know their hand, it doesn't affect the outcome.
You know,
of
it's
the
funny.
round.
I get some good feedback depending on what you're playing. A sense of where you are. Most people, when they see your hand and if you've got a set of aces and they're like, I want to run it twice.
Right.
You know you're in good shape. For me, if I saw something and I was crushed, I'd only actually want to run it once.
Yeah, you only get lucky once.
Yeah,
right?
max
I'm with
value.
you. It looks like we got the double straddle on here. We're at 1, 3, 6, 15. So 15. Oh no,
Maybe 12. Just
12,
no
yeah.
change for it yet.
Yeah, $12 straddle.
Casey
double
wakes
straddle
up with
on.
a nice hand here, and I think middle position.
Yeah, just under 30 big blinds start the hand here with the $12 straddle. So.
Yeah, I mean, anytime.
Good.
This just went to a very small game.
Yeah. In terms of big blinds. Yeah.
Yeah. Difficult concept to, it took me a while to understand, effective big blind strategies. Each cash game is its own, little universe from hand to hand to hand. And
Whether,
adds up
whether or
over
not there's
time.
straddle or not, yeah. I mean, essentially that was like a tournament hand right
Yeah.
there. Right?
I mean, 30 bigs to, 50, you may just open shove there a lot of times.
3-3-33.
That's actually a pretty good fold there by Grandma. Ace-9 off, sensing that, hey, he's not playing around, and Aaron and Rosie are still standing.
Even though it very well could be me. For the content, start and end. I agree.
I mean, Rosie's being patient. He knew somebody'd have to be potentially up against him. He's hoping this is the one right here.
He might have gained 1,000.
Aaron's going to take another stab at it.
Actually, Daniel's still standing too. So.
Okay.
We have 3
yeah,
players
we got 3
left.
players. And both Daniel and Aaron limp. They're trying not to lose all their stack while trying to sit down.
Try to at least get some kind of playability. But I mean, these other players might realize that and put some pressure on their holdings here.
I really like Brandon's play right here. There's been a lot of limpers.
Yep.
Making it 10x.
But it's not going to deter them.
No, it's not. Daniel, he wants to sit, and they're figuring.
Same
hey,
with Aaron, yeah. So it's the battle against 2 guys standing and 1 man sitting.
I like Brandon's play, but I like Aaron's chances to win this pot. He's got the over, and the 8 plays a key piece, for their 2 particular holdings.
Check around on the flop here. 8 here
Aaron's
on the
going to
turn.
hit top pair.
Yeah, pretty good turn card
And a
for
flush
Aaron.
draw for Brandon. He bets. Aaron's probably going to shove, potentially.
Putting
He
the
raises.
raise. Putting the
Smooth.
raise. Like that play a lot. Oh, wow. And
Great card.
Top 2 pair now for Aaron. He's not going anywhere.
And he knows he's busted. Gives it up. Laughs it away.
And now Aaron gets to sit down. Now it's down to the 2 players left. Rosie in seat 7 and Daniel in seat 9. It looks like they are playing 9-handed, correct? Yes, they are.
For the stand-up game, Aaron played that, pretty phenomenal. You know, chipping down, you know, always hurts, and then when you're potentially going to have to chip down more for losing,
pay out the money.
yeah, you know, he got good recovery instead of just jamming there like other people. You know, he got some extra value by just playing smart. He got the full 3 streets of value actually there. Brandon let out with that bluff there and he got shoved on finally.
Yeah, well played there by Aaron for sure. And we got 300 viewers in the live stream right now. Awesome viewership so far. About 30 minutes into the live stream, 300 viewers. For those of y'all just now joining us, it's 1-3 Next Gen Poker. Commentated by Derek and Brandon. Brandon, one of our new commentators for today.
So I played.
Guest commentator.
I played on the felt with everyone here except Daniel and Brandon, I believe.
Okay. You played with KC before?
Yeah, I played with Casey. Casey's a regular in our 1-2 streets.
Okay.
He's up here pretty much weekly. I saw him up here yesterday. He was probably getting in just a little practice, you know, work out some of the jitters. I don't know if it's his first time on the stream or not.
I think so.
You know, always some jitters and stuff, I imagine. You know, you don't want to play poorly when all your friends are critiquing you.
Yeah, you get the whole poker world watching, right?
I had a request from Frankie before it started to go gentle on him. Request denied, sir. I do tend to enjoy needling Frankie when I'm on the belt with him.
And this is your chance. Yeah.
It is. I mean, Frankie's game's solid. You know, he's the most well-balanced. You know, the 3 of them, if you kind of look at them like, you know, Mario Super Smash Brothers, the little power index. You know, his game has just been the most consistent improvement from, you know, even a year ago. It's been very linear. You can tell he puts in the time to, you know, grind, study. You know, Rosie uses his tight image to his advantage to, you know, get out of the line properly. And, you know, Jack understands EV, and, you know, he's willing to take the right risk at the right time. They've all got unique skill sets, and, you know, for me, that's why I enjoy watching their content.
Yeah, they're 3 very different players,
yeah,
for sure. I agree.
And I don't know if you remember it, because you and I are pretty close in age proximity. When YouTube came out, you know, I was in a apartment with 4 other guys. And, you know, one of my roommates comes home, you got to go to www.youtube.com and, you know, seeing what it's growing into, a lot of nostalgia. I think if it had been around in, you know, my college time, you know, maybe my buddies and I would have gotten done something like this. And seeing how far they've taken, it's just incredible.
Yeah, it's insane, actually. It's actually kind of funny. Two of my pretty close friends also started a vlog around the same time Next Gen Poker did.
Okay.
And Next Gen like really stuck with it, and you know, I think some live stuff came between my 2 friends and the vlog, and it's a lot of work. I mean, they're putting in like 20 hours a week trying to put out 1 video a week, and it's a lot of, like, especially when you're first starting out, you don't have any other editors.
Yeah,
you pay.
I mean,
any sound editors or whatnot.
Shout out to my favorite DJ out there, Knock. You know, he's always, you know, putting in a lot of hard work.
Yeah, helps them out a lot.
I mean, you know, there's so much is, you know, I spent some time recently. I saw Lexo again. I was out at Hollywood for the WPT out there. You know, he was here obviously at TCH a while back. You know, there's just so many facets going into, you know, everything going on, and then the behind the scenes stuff that nobody sees. You know, they're just, you know, they're in high demand. They want weekly content, and it's just so much work.
Yeah, it's very impressive how often they can put out their content. And actually, Rose just folding into 6s, and I don't really blame him for his play there after Frankie's 3-betting into hijack to $50.
Yeah, Frankie knows Woodley can be light here. They've got some history from the recent video. The last 2 where Woodley's just, you know, bluff Frankie off some bigger hands, and I don't think it's by accident that Woodley flops the world here. Open-ended and the flush draw. But they've got some history, so I mean, maybe Woodley's giving him a little graduation present, letting him sit on his left today.
Yeah, monster flop there for Woodley, but he's going to check it again. Give maybe Frankie some rope here to bet. No, but Frankie's too smart for that. And there's the heart draw coming in for Woodley.
Oh, and he doesn't bite for it. gonna miss out on some value there. You know, maybe not. I don't think KC calls a bet, and you know, maybe Frankie calls a little crying milking for $10 just to see. You know.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's fine too. I mean, it's hard to get on that run out after it goes check all the way down. It's hard to get a worse hand to call, and then you know if you do get hit in the bluff, then you know maybe check raise into like a min click, and then maybe he has to call up with a pair or something. You know, so
you know, I don't think it's the last time we're going to see them battle tonight. You know, maybe it's a unique rivalry that they've got growing. I don't know about you, but you know, having like a rival you enjoy being around, you know, helps you. It's helped me improve my own game. You know, just that competitive edge.
For sure, it's a really competitive game.
You know, the battling aspect. It helps you out. You know, it carries into the long term of the game. Rosie finally, you know, making a light call with 9-5 of hearts right here, and sitting versus sitting with the same hand, red.
You know, actually, the last time I played the sit-up game, it was me against the other last person standing up. So it turned into a pretty violent last hand.
Let's see who's going to be bold. They got the same hand. It couldn't be a better showdown for this. Who's going to jam? Rosie makes the bluff, and he's going to show it.
He's going to show the same exact hand. Oh, man. And Rosie's going to take it down. And now Daniel, unfortunately, has to give everybody...
Let's see. He's going to break it.
So
it looks like 15, maybe. He's breaking 75 there, so adds, looks like
10
15.
Each.
Yeah.
It's like 10 each.
You know, it's not the. It's kind of like when we have dealer changes here. I prefer the PLO flip as the change of pace because you can't get stacked off. You can't make any mistakes. It's nice, you know. And this is an instance, right? A little more extreme in the stand-up game than the PLO flip. That you know you're not giving up your stack if you lose. There's a little less consequence, and it's more about the banter and the camaraderie that comes along with it.
Yeah, totally agree. Looks like someone has a question here. Connor Egan, is Next Gen moving out of Dallas after graduation? And I'm not too sure about that, but it looks like Bo knows the answer to that. He says they're going to stay in Dallas. Tiny Poker says, Connor, no, they all have jobs here. So actually,
yeah, they all had jobs lined up. SMU does a really good job of you know, getting you integrated into the job system, into the private public sector. You know, the College of Engineering there is, you know, world class, and we got a pot developing here. Aaron's gonna, you know, overcall here with King Jack offsuit. My personal least favorite hand.
yeah, King 10 and King Jack, I'll have to say, are probably one of my least favorite hands. I don't actually like 9-8 suited at all either.
That's Jello's favorite hand.
9-8 suited?
Yeah, I think so.
I've gone in so many like weird spots of 9-8 suited. You know, like a Queen Jack 10 flop.
Jello open limps and back 3-bets ace deuce of diamonds as a squeeze.
Oh man!
And gonna get Grandma to fold out because she's not priced in, and let's see if this gets through.
Using his ace as a blocker here. I mean, typically this play works a lot better if you're in later position, say like the smaller big blind. But I guess
he felt open limp.
Yeah, he felt like if he just raised under the gun, it would just get a bunch of callers. And the limp re-raise here is going to work out very well as Aaron's in a tough spot here, having to call $130 with King Jack off out of position.
Not going to do it, and that's one of the reasons. You know, I'm not a big fan of King Jack off. You know, it just puts you in more tough spots than you want to, I feel anyway, than you want to be in. Of course,
it doesn't play well multi-way, it doesn't play well heads up.
You know, out of all the hands I would have wanted to call, it would have been Daniel. He had Jack Queen suited. That, in my opinion, it plays really well multi-way. It goes up to Broadway, down, you know, down into the middle section. So
and it's suited.
Yeah.
We got Pez in the chat. What's up, buddy?
What's up, Pez?
No, Ragnar, we prefer King Jack off.
That is a very old poker joke. I heard it about 6 times today.
Oh my gosh.
There's been some you know, recycled. I think with the favorable ruling, you know, more people are feeling comfortable as it sits in, and you know, I noticed overnight. I mean, there were like 14 tables going at 2 a.m. this morning. I don't know what other place has that kind of action.
Not many.
Grandma
Not many.
flops a flush here.
Has Woodley and Daniel drawing stone dead. Really depends on what Jello has here. Now there's a lot of potential straight and two-pair opportunities now on the turn.
The checks, you know, Grandma's going to get a lot of deception there. You know, monotone boards are really hard to rep a flush, and you know, Daniel catches his top pair there with the redraw to a king high straight.
Yeah, he's definitely going to lose some more money here if he, you know, hits his 10. And, you know, he should be able to get away from this unless he really doesn't believe that Grandma has a beat here.
You know, multi-way checking, you know, people kind of lose, you know, ranges sometimes, and she's going to lead out right here, it looks like.
And, you know, if I were Grandma, I'm going to try to bet a sizing here that can get one pair to call, and 100 might just be the top of it.
I really like the lead out, you know, not letting it get checked back there.
Oh, absolutely. With a flush here, lots of holdings you can still get value from. A set, two pair, straights, just
even, you know, one pair. You know, when has Grandma not had it, though, when she's bet out?
Not yet on the stream, so.
I don't know if her and Daniel have ever played together.
Victor Magician in the chat, what's up, man?
He calls.
Daniel makes the call, and Grandma's going to show him the bad news with the 7-high flush. Yeah, very well played there. Getting max value, I'd say, with that very deceptive check on the flop.
You know, clean run out. No diamond on the turn to, you know, outdraw her. So when she just overcalls his bet, no diamond, you know, probably puts her on, you know, hey, maybe like an ace-high diamond type
King
situation. Yeah, and, you know, hey, like, I see how, you know, hey, I might be good right here, you know, king, top pair.
Julian Vigil in the chat as well. Isaac Amion says, Grandma is savage. I'd say so. She was, you know, played pretty well on our previous stream before. I like her shirt a lot there. Queens, yeah. Very interesting hat as well. Looks like a mix between either a gardening hat or fishing hat. I'm not too sure. I'm not too sure.
You know, to me, hat's a sacred kind of poker thing. Aaron always wears his hat like that. If you don't know what I look like yet, you might have seen me up here. My hat will always say FLPR for flipper. It's kind of my signature poker hat. Anytime I'm playing, it's always something I have on.
Brandon here putting on the 3-bet after Casey raises the 35, getting a call from Woodley. 3-betting to 120. I like the sizing a lot here. But
and he's got Casey crushed, and that's going to price Woodley in. Woodley played about 4 hours on the bomb pot table with me, so you know he's ready to get in there.
Yeah, I don't see Woodley folding even with the Jack-9 offsuit.
I mean, he's just instantly priced in. And an ace in the window.
Wow. Getting rewarded, calling $120 pre-flop with the ace-7 offsuit. Casey can't even believe it.
You know, yep, and he's going to jam. He only has 185 into a pot of 600. That's kind of the only option there.
Woodley with just a gutter ball, but 2 of his outs are in Brandon's hand.
Doesn't know that. Brandon makes a good fold there.
Some people might be frustrated, even when they see that ace, and just maybe call off thinking that they might have a flush draw, but you know, there's no reason to call off that amount.
You know, when people are calling a 3-bet and you don't hold an ace, a lot of times they are.
They probably have
the ace
some
in the
ace,
window.
absolutely, or even just a queen.
Yeah, so. just smart to let it go.
Yeah. Move on to the next hand.
Brandon doesn't even waste any time. He's just like, I'm beat. If anyone's going to overcall 3-bet, that board smashes their ranges on either side. Doesn't want to lose any more of his stack. And
yeah, if someone doesn't have an ace, they could either player could very well have a queen.
Yeah.
So.
I mean, I work in medical dispatching for 911, so yeah, we up there. We have helicopters and airplanes there.
Rosie calls the straddle of the 6, the limp.
And if I know Woodley. Yep, there it is.
There. King, queen off. Here's someone yelling repot there in the background.
I think that might be eBay.
Yeah, it was. 100%.
Yeah. Or AKA Gorilla.
And,
6 deuce deuce on the flop.
dry board. Woodley checks there. I expect him, he c-bet his range there, but that's actually a pretty smart play when you've got more of the top end of Broadway on a really low board. That's going to favor Rosie's range there, and it does.
Totally agree.
Woodley not one to give up, though.
Yeah, getting the right price to float just one straight, which is 2 overs, and
nails
right
it.
on
Bing.
the turn. And I think he should still continue to check and flow. If Rosie was bluffing, he's way in the lead now, but Rosie is smartly going to check
slows
behind.
down. And
6 on the river. The board now double paired, but King Queen should still be very much in the lead.
can Rosie turn his hand into a bluff right here and rep the full house? Nope.
No, he does check behind. Yeah, if anyone's gonna have a 6, it would be Rosie, right? So has the 7 6s,
Ace
the 8
6
6s,
suited.
the 5 6s.
Yeah. Especially when he limp calls, wanting to see a, strong multi-way type hand.
Got the $9.99 super chat from Alice Acuna. Congrats to the boys, and thank you as always for the great commentary. Thank you, Alice.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. And for those of y'all that don't know, all our super chats go to support our live stream team directly, whether it's the commentators and our Cooper is actually doing the action tracking and producing from behind, so he's doing double the work. So shout out to him as well. Appreciate the support, everybody.
Yeah, thank you
And
guys.
especially Alice, thank you.
Rosie folds under the gun.
Getting up to 350 viewers now. I got quite a few of y'all
Aaron
now.
raises to 25 with the Cowboys. Woodley, typical Woodley style. He's aggressive. He likes to play in pots, especially in position. And we got some fireworks potentially brewing here. Woodley flops top pair. Backdoor clubs. So
he's definitely
got
going to
some
lose
option.
some value here on multiple streets.
Let's see if he can figure out what Aaron's leading into him with.
Aaron, a very aggressive player, so this board doesn't have to hit his range at all. And a 5 on the turn, such a brick.
Aaron not going to slow down. This is I feel, disadvantage for Woodley here, and not placing a 3-bet on the button. It's hard to figure out where you're at. Gonna hard maybe potentially for Woodley to see that Aaron's got an overpair here,
Top pair, such a hard hole in the fold, but
especially in a single bet pot.
yeah, it's one of those scenarios you're either way ahead or way behind, right?
Let's see if he maybe min clicks him right here as a kind of a feeler where you are at this point.
I think I'd like that play more if he didn't have a king of clubs, right? Because having that king of
Yeah,
clubs
that's a good
reduces a
point.
lot of combos, but he is actually going
But
to
playing
stick with your play.
Woodley enough, he's going to close to min click him right there, and Aaron instantly jams. Aaron always nice to let you know. Yeah, I had it.
Yeah, on to the next one. They're going to see it anyways, right?
Yeah.
They're going to see it anyways.
Like I said, Aaron's probably one of my favorite people to play with here. He's always in a good mood. I don't know if I've ever seen him not smile. He takes bad beats, probably one of the best I've ever seen. Hey, great hand, enjoyed playing with you. Let me go buy some more chips.
Yeah, those are people you like to play with. No one likes to play with someone that just, all they talk about for the next 10 minutes is that bad beat, or they take it so poorly that they just get upset at everybody. And
shout out to one of my favorite hand reviewing dealers out here, Stoney. Love to review hands with him. It absolutely drives him insane in the box. Anytime he's in a down with me, I will replay and analyze every hand just to needle him specifically. Yeah, I mean, just, why did you call? That just doesn't do anything but bog down the game, especially in this instance when, time in our seats, it costs the whole table. And instead of, Aaron helps build camaraderie.
got a hand developing here as Casey raises under the gun after a $6 trial to 25 of the pocket
Rosie
jacks.
closes the action, getting a good price.
And what a terrible flop for pocket jacks as Jello flops the toppest of the pairs, weak kicker. Woodley gonna flop second pair. also no kicker.
You know, anytime you've got a pair that's not aces, jacks, tens, and it's multi-way and you see an ace, like, to me, just kind of an easy fold it should be, I feel.
Especially if it's multi-way, right? Yeah.
Sometimes, though, when you've been card dead for a while, it's hard to get rid of, you know, big pocket starting hands.
And, you know, Woodley's going to bid out here and get called in 2 spots, and he must suspect that one of these players has an ace or a better king. Maybe a king with a flush draw?
I think it was a few weeks ago when it might have been Ben that called for it. I believe it was the 6 of spades for a big pot with Rom and Dustin.
We're at the straight flush. Really massive hand there.
I didn't see if there were any 5s out there prior, so we might be looking for a 5 of, what we got here?
5 of hearts.
Yeah, 5 of hearts is what we're looking for. Thank you.
Yeah, that would definitely create a lot of action.
I was trying to look to see what was dead.
But with Jello leading out here on the turn, you know, it's very indicative of a strong holding.
I mean, he's got the ace-5 suited. You know, something that's becoming more and more popular in the 3-bet ranges because of the sneaky straight capability, which he's picked up. Let's see if Casey can make another good laydown.
Even losing to a king-high flush draw right now, so I don't think he's going to be able to make this call.
Last time Derek and I got in a pot together, I had jacks, and Derek felted me. Pocket jacks is my favorite hand, so I will ride or die with them.
I think I had aces, right?
You did?
Yeah.
I ran into aces, and then I came back, and I ran into pocket jacks again with aces on both sides of me.
Oh, man. Sorry about that, bud. What can you do?
Ebbs and flows, man. Nobody goes undefeated in poker.
Carlo, the chat pro in the chat now. What's up, buddy? Doing all right, man. How are you? Hope you're having a wonderful Sunday evening. Sunday, Sunday, Sunday. Means 1-3 low stakes action from our Next Gen crew. And shout out to our Next Gen boys. Congratulations to them again for graduating from SMU with their respective degrees.
Yeah, congrats, guys. Played on the felt with all of you. You know, it's been cool to see them progress through the stakes. You know, Frankie really starting to grind more of the tournament aspect. You know.
Yeah, I've seen that. Yeah, they put out a few more tournament vlogs.
I mean, Frankie's really been playing more tournaments, some online kind of dailies. I don't know if he was here yesterday. I know he was here the week before. You know, it's a different skill set, and I think that's what makes them so unique is there's just every aspect of poker is covered from all 3 of them.
Aaron going to bid out with the ace-10 high. Woodley going to call this top pair jack kicker. 9 on the turn doesn't really change much. Does, you know, create some straight possibilities on the turn. And Aaron going to check over, and Woodley's just going to bet and take it down.
Needs to price out, you know, ace-king, ace, you know, higher pairs there. He's got nothing left to really redraw to there. His hand's pretty vulnerable.
Trey Wilson with a really good question here. How do we get a seat at this Sunday 1-3 game? So this specifically is our Next Gen 1-3 game where you have to be a member of their Discord. So for those of you that know, you have to be a member of Discord, which means you have to you know, subscribe to their Patreon account.
Yeah.
And that gets you access to their Discord. And once you become a member of that, I think they have sign-ups on that for their monthly.
It's pretty simple now. I was actually the guinea pig, and it was Rosie and I stayed back texting till like 4:30 in the morning, trying to get them straightened out. It's pretty easy. If you go to one of their videos, there's a link to the Patreon. You can download the Patreon app to any of the iPhone, Android, OS systems.
And then once you subscribe, I think it's what, a big blind a month, as they call it.
I don't know. I know after Binkin' his tournament win the week before last, won Mr. Yoda, card cover man himself, upgraded to the super high roller. Good way to celebrate.
Brat?
Yeah, they've got different tiers. You know, I always know he'll send. So I'm in the Discord. My favorite is the chip showing off section, and you know,
we got a big hand here.
Oh, we do.
Open-ended and
double flush.
Flush draw.
Double flush options for everybody.
Now Aaron turning a diamond flush draw. Grandma's turning the straight with her nut flush draw. So this could get pretty exciting here. Yeah,
Aaron calls. He's got a sneaky flush if it completes. Yeah, that's going to be an action killer for us.
Aaron now losing to a 5-10 here, or any two pair. And I guess he's turning his hand here into a bluff, but that's not going to work.
Bluff on against Grandma. You know, maybe, you know, you feel like, you know, you can work your grandma. I miss my grandmother dearly. I always kind of felt that way, but she always knew what I was up to, just like she does here. Makes an easy call.
Grandma knows what's going on. Putting the raise, actually, trying to get more value against maybe the weaker straight. A 5 there. And nice hand there for Grandma. Yeah, so again, you can go to their YouTube channel, and I think on any of their videos in the description box.
It might actually be their Instagram, so you need to go follow them on. I just remembered that. It's on their Instagram.
Oh, they have a link tree,
Yeah,
right?
they have
Okay.
a link tree in
Got
their
it.
Instagram, and it'll get you connected. The Patreon, a lot of the other content creators have those, so.
I think the link tree is on their. It's a description in their YouTube videos as well. So
it's super simple now. Click it, it'll send you to the Patreon. I recommend doing it on a web browser first. Patreon's app is a little, you know, outdated. You know, it's us funding, you know, people we support.
Yeah, and then
just for the initial sign up.
Yeah, once you sign up for them, I think you'll get access to their Discord.
It's pretty much instant. It sends you a click to sync Patreon and Discord, and then then you're in. You can get in there and hang out with us on the kind of virtual felt side streets, if you will. All the next-gen guys are super active, and Daniel picks up pocket kings here, and the small blind's going to squeeze to 110.
And unfortunately for him, he's not going to get much action for that, but, you know, profiting 40 bucks there, no flop, pretty nice.
You know, I don't mind that play right there from Daniel. You're in the small blind, you're going to be out of position the whole way. You have four limpers behind you on an initial raise. You know, that's a lot of dead money to take down, and, you know, he named his price of poker.
Yeah, for sure. I like the sizing a lot, for sure. Thank you for the sub, Sean. Awesome. Appreciate it.
Kingfish 67 and Grandma gives another lesson. That's
yeah, for sure. And for those of y'all that aren't subbed yet, those new viewers in our stream, hit that sub button if you enjoy some, you know, low stakes, mid stakes, and even high stakes poker action and tournament poker action on our Saturday streams.
Frankie picks up the kings now. It looks like the two Black Cowboys are just rotating around.
Yeah, rotating around the table here as Kevin, our dealer, is dealing them around.
Let's see what Jello does. Wisely makes the fold.
Yeah, especially out of position. I could see him calling if there's another caller in between and he was in position, but being out of position against what should be a really strong 3-bet range.
You know, that's kind of thing, you know. Most of the time, though, you got that fighter's chance. You always feel your ace is live. A lot of people just can't fold an ace sometimes.
That is very true. And, you know, being your first time on this commentary, looks like we got about 50 likes on our video so far. I'm going to have you set our like goal for, you know, when we hit 8 o'clock. What do you think our like goal should be for 8 o'clock? We got about 1 hour.
What's the all-time total record for likes?
I mean, we don't need to hit that. Actually, we have 72 likes right now. But,
all right, my iPhone is so much slower than his. It says 15 for us.
So I got 72 right now in 1 hour.
Again.
Oh, wow. Yeah, they're literally rotating our table.
We're seeing good action. You know, I really want to know that number for the all-time. You know, if this is a celebration, let's go for it.
Let's go.
For a next-gen stream, let's be specific so we break their own record.
Yeah, we've hit pretty consistently, you know, 300-400 for the whole stream. So I think we could hit 200 by 8 o'clock.
Yeah, let's
try to.
Let's do 225. And Woodley picks up the nut flush draw.
With 1 over.
And Daniel has the second nut flush draw. This
could get dangerous. A bet of 25 and a call from Woodley. Brick on the turn. The right color, wrong suit.
It goes check, check. Wow.
I'm really surprised with the check there with the kings. And he goes check, check again. Wow.
You know, there's
I guess
four-liner,
yeah,
jack. You know, that's just some back-to-back action-killing cards there. You know, smart play by Woodley there, actually just kind of flatting. You know, ace-4 offsuit, not a real strong hand until it, you know, flops 3 spades there on that monotone board. I don't know if I could not bet the turn, you know, when you probably think you have some good, you know, flush redraw blockers with the pocket kings and overpair, but, you know, clean run out and then, you know, action killer there to have a 4-liner to straight. All right, it's still only showing 15 likes. I'm going to like it myself to add one. You know, if you're running for president, you can vote for yourself, so why not?
And we're up to A7 now. I think the 200 to 225 is very attainable by 8 o'clock. I think we can do that. Do it for the next gen boys. You know, give him, you know, that. Congratulations for graduating college.
And got a pretty dynamic flop here.
Not flush draw and 2 overs for Rosie.
And
middle pair for Woodley.
You know,
coin flip.
I think Woodley might still think he's on the bottom pot table with me. That's a big card, and Rosie turns the nut flush. Woodley's still alive. You know, he can double pair the board, you know, for one of his holdings. Don't know how I feel about a third size here. You know, Woodley likes action.
On this board, I don't think there's any reason to raise here. Because you can only really get called by better. I feel like maybe flop straights or
think
turn
Woodley's
flushes.
going to raise right
but
here.
He is going to raise.
And we're just going to get it all in right here, I think.
Yeah, if he is going to raise that turn card and Rosie does jam, Woodley does just have to call, I think.
Maybe he's thinking he might have deuce 4 of diamonds right here, or 4-6 of diamonds. And I actually like Rosie's flat versus jamming, you know, keeping his bluffs all alive right here. And does the board pair?
It does pair, but it's a 9.
Okay. Wow. I wonder what Rosie does right here. Does he go for more value?
I think you have to.
Yeah, I mean,
Gets with 160 bucks behind.
I mean, he puts it all in.
What a terrible river.
And Woodley knows he can't even bluff at it.
So bad. I turned 2 pair. Got countered.
And this is why I personally don't play 8-3 offsuit. Puts you in some bad spots.
And I know you're being sarcastic. You're like, yeah, yes. Definitely not a holding you want to play regularly.
You know, if there's some good action going and, you know, things like that, you know, you got to check out your table dynamics. I'm a big proponent of everybody should be having fun. So, you know, if we're having double straddles, round of straddles,
some blind raises.
Yeah, I mean, you know, some people who played against me have known me to just randomly jam blind, you know, for 150 bigs sometimes. And, you know, sometimes you have it, sometimes you don't. It's better to be lucky than good.
Woodley does make the good fold here. You know, losing to any 9, any flush, any overpair.
And I like Rosie not flipping over his cards, keeping Woodley guessing right there. You know, it's kind of...
it's a board that it's kind of under bluffed, but especially for that amount, there's 0 fold equity. So it's purely a jam for value, I think, a lot of the time.
You know, if they were a little deeper, you know, if maybe Woodley could have donk led out potentially, but, you know, I don't know if they're doing match the stack tonight after an hour or not. So we're going to have to get some people felted to build up the chip count. You know, they're getting deeper little by little, but, I mean, still, how are you not folding the nut? You know, how can you fold that there?
Sean also saying, let's be honest here, how much are the next gen boys sweating? Those graduation gowns don't breathe at all. That's true. I mean, and they're also under the lights too.
They actually look really like my Alabama Crimson Tide, Roll Tide. A little shout out was awful. I went up there and these are like luxury linens. They're fine.
Oh really?
Yeah,
okay.
they were like, I was like, what
they
are
can
these?
actually breathe. Yeah.
Well, they knew they were going to be on the stream tonight. You know, maybe they got the upgraded graduation package.
Breathable material.
I don't know about you. Mine was we had to be staged in the football field house, and it's a football sanctuary.
Ours was held in the. I went to UT, so
Yeah.
ours was held in the basketball arena.
That's where ours we fed into. Summertime though, Nick Saban likes to keep it very hot in there, and it's quite miserable. So I'm sure I believe it's some McFarland Auditorium is the big one on the SMU campus. I don't know if that's where they walked or not, but SMU private college a little smaller. I'm sure they were much more comfortable than you or I were.
Brian Gallego saying if Rosie jams after the re-raise on the turn, he gets all his chips. And yeah, I tend to agree with you there. But I think you could go both ways, right? Against a very aggressive opponent like Woodley, you want to try to keep all of his bluff ins.
Who has
he
shown
is bluffing.
repetitive bluffs every time, and he goes out of his way. He wants to keep that in, and he got an action killing card.
Yeah,
and
unfortunately, because I think he's jamming any other river.
If it's a outside of maybe like an ace-x type, coming out on the river, but let's just say it's some random deuce 3, even a king. I agree with you. He's jamming open rip in there, and that's exactly what Rosie wants. And variance is part of the game.
Because he doesn't know that Woodley had such a strong hold on the turn. So it's a game of trying to figure out what your opponent has. But I do agree with you, Ryan. If Rosie did find the jam on the turn, Woodley is snapping that every time.
And Rosie likes to err on the side of caution. I honestly think he'd make a great PLO player. Knowing how to be tight aggressive is one of those.
Navigating each street.
Yeah, and maybe he narrowed in his range to 2-pair, not specific. And when he checks, he knows it's a green light. He doesn't have the 9 for the boat, and he just wanted to fade the out. Everyone can get lucky. And,
he wants to play a lower variance style.
It looks like we might be matching the stack, actually. It looks like Frankie's adding on for 400 right here. I mean, it is their graduation kind of party if they want to do it, 1-3 game, match the stack, cap. I prefer the cap. Like when we occasionally from time to time get a group here and spread, it just allows for a competitive, deeper stack, lower stakes game where you can, make some plays and, have strategy versus, more like a traditional casino 100 big blind type arena.
Yeah, I'm with you there. I prefer any kind of deeper game as well. And Aaron's going to flop a gutter ball here against Jello's 1 overcard to the board.
And, standard C-bet.
7 on the turn. Doesn't really improve anyone's holdings.
Jello waving a flag, and Aaron checks back. But
10 on the river going to give Aaron the winning hand here if they can get the showdown.
And double check, and, it just goes check, check.
Nice hand there for Aaron. So, again, our light goal for the 8 o'clock portion of the stream, which is going to be our halfway point, is 200 likes. I think we can do it.
225.
225, okay.
If we hit 225 in honor of my flipper hat, I will one-on-one for some random subscriber. You can just come sit around with me and sit down for a one-on-one flip, and whoever gets it wins it.
You have to find Brandon first, then, I guess.
It's pretty easy wearing the hat.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've got a Stars watching party.
You can't tell I'm a big fan of the PLO flips.
Lucy saying I had the worst bad beat I've had in the last few years this morning at 6 a.m. in PLO for $3,500 pot. Begin to think I don't like PLO. Yeah, PLO can almost trick you into thinking that you're good at the game, right? Because there's such a high variance game.
There is, as I learn more and more about the game, and I understand why the top players of the PLO profession have been the same for the last 10 years.
It's a very tough game.
You have to be able to, have a more strategy than tactics, if you will. It's a much deeper strategy game of how to react in situations. Some people think just because you have the naked ace of spades and there's, flush combos out there that you can just go pot and get people to fold. It requires a lot of strategy to be able to anticipate people and how they react from street to street.
Right, and everyone plays differently, too.
You're going to showdown majority of the time multi-way. Tournaments are so drastically different from a cash ring. And oh, you got Casey here with King 7 of clubs.
You know, not a standard under the gun opening hand, but you know, for this game,
the solver loves suited King 7s for open shoves in tournament structure. I've been spending a lot of time in solver land recently, so let's see how it plays. I'm curious because I don't understand it personally.
yeah, the computer says yes, but your brain says no.
Like, and Woodley's gonna flop top pair.
Brandon with second pair. Casey with nothing at all is got some backdoor clubs, but you know, Woodley's gonna bid out here for protection, I imagine.
Yeah, you know, it checks around to you after you're the final person to close action. You got to do it, and they all call. We got backdoor clubs for Casey, and
you know, this is why you should bet your hand, because people will call a lot of time with worse holdings. You know,
I was having a spirited conversation with someone, you know, that people just don't like to fold, and I was like, okay, anytime I'm with a gun and I get aces, I'll just open rip it, and that finally happened yesterday. Called them over before we flipped up, and had 3 callers, and I actually got a bank miracle river. I was beat by all 3 callers until the case ace arrived on the river.
oh my gosh. Well, there you go. You know, punish them, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's never a bad choice when you feel you've got it the best, especially before any cards with aces, to try to get it all in.
Nice hand there for Woodley there. And Carlos with an interesting thing here, saying that 1-3 at a casino in LA is capped at $100 buy-in.
Yeah,
that's insane.
I was listening to a podcast, and it's a pretty actually hot topics in a debate right now in the poker world are how things are structured in the game spreads. You know, down south of us, they've got a very different spread. You know, here at TCH, there is a cap on the 1-2. 2-5 is
it's pretty much uncapped.
Yeah, it depends on what time of day of the week the game's starting. You know, who the players are of the regulars. You know, some people may just bomb pot and everyone pots, and so they can go to 2,000 real quick and build from there. It just
we got a hand developing here.
Oh. Brandon is going to call Jello's raise right there. Pocket 8s.
No, he's 3-betting to 200.
I like the play. Adds protection from anyone from calling from behind you. And
Pocket 8's usually a lot ahead of a lot of holdings that Jello could be raising here. Ace King, Ace Queen, Ace Jack, King Queen suited, Queen Jack suited. Really putting Jello in a tough spot here, but I don't think Jello can fold just yet. But
I mean, the last spot, he had the Jack 10. Maybe he's remembering that right here, thinking he might have him dominated. Let's see if Jello makes the call here. Yeah, it looks like it is match to stack. It looks like Jello added on for 1,500 as well. It's a tight fold by Jello. I don't mind it though, out of position. Nice play by Brandon.
If he had like Ace King, then he definitely has to just call and try to see a flop there. But he might think that Brandon could be dominating a lot of time, like Kings, Ace King.
Yeah, I mean,
Queens.
Something I watch, is how people size their bettings, betting structure. And it was a good enough price, but do you really want to, potentially be up against a cooler situation, Ace King, being a flip situation? What do you do when you're first to act post flop?
Right, and the flop just comes 10 high, right?
Or 4-9 deuce of spades.
Yep. If he were to play it, it probably plays a lot better as a 4-bet jam or really putting your opponent on the test. If you it's just
I like the more and more I think I like the fold there from Jello. Not having Ace King and if it was Ace King 4-bet jam, I'm a fan of the 4-bet jam with Ace King. That's I like to play Jello more and more. Odd chances are he's dominated, especially if he's got 10s or better in that situation.
A lot of the time, yeah. Eights is just probably one of the few hands. It's probably one of the few times he does have 8s there. And we got a pretty multi-way pot here. 2 players going to flop second pair, but Woodley with the best kicker. And
Aaron actually leads out. We got a mystery hand. Woodley's got a key card here with the Ace of Diamonds.
8 of clubs on the turn. Let's add some additional straight draw opportunities out there.
I don't know if Cooper's doing this on purpose, but I actually like the mystery hand. Gives you time to interact, and if it's just the RFID misreading, it's kind of unique to, like, what do you think he might have right here? I would say some type of maybe combo draw, you know, to continue, especially, you know, knowing Woodley's holding the ace of diamonds down here.
Could be like queen 10 of diamonds at the very best, and as worse as just the naked straight draw like queen 10.
Yeah.
Interesting. Okay, now Aaron does make the fold. Now it's 2 second pair holdings up against each other, and queen of diamond or king of diamonds on the river.
Pairs
now giving both players 2 pair.
Let's see if.
I mean, and this might be a spot where you might want to turn his hand into a bluff, even though he does have the best hand. Having that ace of diamonds.
Yeah, he doesn't know that. In case he checks it over to him. I've never seen a situation Woodley doesn't like to bet and put pressure on. I think he doesn't know he has the best hand in this situation.
Yeah, I think he is turning his hand into a bluff right here.
I think he might get paid off thinking he's a bluff, and you know, because a pair board, it's hard for him to be holding the king there, especially with it being the king of diamonds. There's, you know,
less flush draws. That
I mean, how many combos of diamond raisings are left at that point?
Right.
And
it looks like he's cutting out the calling chips.
Casey showed, you know, the propensity already to call kind of light. Sometimes the hero calls reward you. You know, sometimes you get punished. Oh, he hesitated there. Oh,
and
he puts
he makes
in the call.
The call. Wow, Woodley getting max value. Ace jack getting pipped. Or queen jack, sorry, getting pipped by ace jack, and Woodley gonna take down a massive pot. I think the biggest pot of the night so far, $1,200.
I think Woodley's image there as a loose aggressive definitely helped, you know, make the call off.
Yeah, it might be one of those spots where KC's like, I don't see him betting ace jack or value here, so I'm beating a lot of bluffs.
And especially because it's the king of diamonds. What hand does he have besides ace 5 of diamonds?
That was a very interesting hand. Kind of a spot where he might just level himself in the call, saying, I don't think he's turning ace jack into a bluff or betting even ace jack for value. I'm going to call, I think I have the best hand, and it's just, he was kind of right. I mean, I think Woodley was bluffing.
Yeah, I like Casey's process, you know. It's just you know,
unfortunately, he ran into that
bad situation.
Exact holding that is also bluffing, but better than.
But he's going to add on and top up, so we're getting a little deeper stacked. Going to give Woodley some more powder to, you know, fire some action, that's for sure. Looks like he's gotten most of what he got felted off with so far back after that big pot there. We're seeing
up to 2.2K in his stack here, pretty deep for this game.
And we're seeing black chips enter. So my favorite thing is to know what they stand for. So the whites are dollar bills, the reds are Lincolns, the 25s are the green chips, and blacks are $100.
And green chips worth $25, so we got almost every chip denomination here present except for our pink and teal chips. Pink are $500 and our teal chips are worth $1,000.
Yep.
Those you'll see more often on our Tuesday night high stake games.
Yeah, you know, and it's funny, you know, some of the guys, they have an affinity for one or the other, the 500 or the 1,000. Very rarely, unless if someone's getting stacked, do you see them, you know, have both. Jello turning the top straight there. Only Aaron with any diamond here in play. He should feel it's pretty safe, though, you know, hitting his gutter there.
I did have pocket sixes.
And Woodley just called his hand out. He was soul reading Aaron. What do you have? Pocket sixes, and flips him over. You know, maybe Woodley doing some, you know, commentary, some intel, storing some notes on Aaron.
Oh, that's so awesome. You're like, what's on here? Oh, I recognize him. Why are you watching the TV?
And it was so funny, though. We have this one regular who every day except old
Got another card.
no, don't think so. I was like, it's literally on me. It says my name. It's like, I don't know.
Alright, here we go. Have the lead.
Folding around, you know, we got some middling connected types. And Casey wakes up with pocket jacks, my favorite hand. Pocket jacks takes down. That was the only, it's kind of a blind versus blind scenario. You see that a lot in tournaments, right? Where, you know, there was a big pot and the following hand, there's like a cooldown and people just don't want to get out of the line. And, you know, only one real kind of, you know, playable premium man there, and on to the next one.
No, yeah. TVs always measure corner to corner so that they can make it look bigger than it is.
You guys handled that really well.
Yeah.
You guys handled that really well, but you could have just, you know, taken it.
We got Evan Ace here in the chat wondering why that would be turning into a bluff. You know, kind of complex, you know, explanation. He has the nut advantage holding the ace of diamonds, so only he can rep the nut flush in that case. And, you know, he doesn't know what his opponent's holding. So, you know, having a double paired board there, he's obviously in most situations not going to be holding a king, just from the way the betting progressed. And, you know, he's probably putting him potentially on a tiny flush draw. And, you know, if he's got it, the only way to do it is to bet and bet big. And, you know, Casey pieced together a different way, you know, how we kind of talked about through, you know, he just thought he had probably the best hand. And was just kind of on a Pip Cooler situation.
Aaron actually rivering a straight here.
Oh, nice.
On a 4-diamond board, but no one else had a diamond in their hand.
Small pot, $41, and tips the dealer 2 of that, you know, for the nice river card there.
8-3.
I butcher the person commenting, Ragnar Roverby.
Ragnar Roverby.
Yeah, that's a hard one for me to say. You know, I don't play tournaments to min cash personally. You know, that's always my goal, to go out there and win it.
Oh, for sure, yeah. If I want to play, I want to try to make the final table.
Absolutely. And I played maybe 4 or 5 hours with Woodley yesterday. He is, if you watch any of the other Next Gen videos, you know, he loves to bluff. So, you know, that's kind of, you know, some live tell read piece that Derek, you know, we're throwing in there as well. Both have played with him. And Grandma's going to have one to the nut flush here, but Aaron's going to bet out with King Jack high. Last time he bet out, he got stepped into it with the same hand. Grandma's going to
make the call here with the nut flush draw. And no sweat, club on the turn.
Grandma gets there.
Makes a nut flush, and
she checks
Aaron
it.
just has 2 overs.
He checks smartly back. Let's see if we get a king or a jack here.
4 diamonds is not going to, you know, get any more value for Grandma. And now she has got a very clear value bet here. You know, trying to get a 5 or maybe some kind of 8 or 10 to make a call here. And Aaron as the pre-flop 3-better has all the overpairs too.
I love the small bet.
Yeah.
Aaron's one, you know, who's shown he can get out of the line. You want to try to induce a bluff. You know, what is she? I mean, she's had it every time tonight. You know, when you're down there and you're on the felt, it's kind of tough. But, you know, he makes a pretty good fold there. And, oh, Aaron says pocket 9s, and she shows the flush.
I had 8 high.
Definitely a different strategy. I don't know how you feel about, you know, turning your cards over or whatever. It depends with the game I'm playing.
Yeah, I mean, for a live stream game, I'm probably more. I'd probably turn over my hands over more in a live stream just because they're going to see it anyways.
Yeah,
and it's for fun a lot of times for a game like this. If I'm playing out like on the floor, I'd usually never show.
So I have a different view. I have a goal to show just one hand, either a really big hand pocket aces that they lay down, or a pretty gross bluff, or get called off on one, to kind of set my tone image for the table. We've always got a lot of new faces in here, and After that, I always have a cheesy line. You got to pay for the next one.
For sure. Bosa, he likes to show bluffs, yeah. I mean, I'll occasionally show bluff here and there. Woodley going to raise the button here with ace, deuce of spades.
You know, Woodley definitely keeps his range wide. That's a tongue twister.
I mean, when it forces him on the button, this is very clear open, I think.
Yeah, you gotta open a suited wheel ace.
And I think now you're mentioning that, you know, Woodley usually has a pretty wide range on the button. Frankie going to put on some pressure, 3-betting to $90, but Brandon with ace-queen in the big blind might put in the 4-bet. No, I mean, I've seen Brandon get out of line, or not get out of line, but put in a lot of pressure a lot of times. But he's just going to
flat,
call.
And that's going to bring Woodley in.
Absolutely. And whoa, putting it the 4 bets to 350. Wow,
Woodley's just going to open 4-bet here.
That is not what I expected at all. I thought he was definitely going to have, had a very good hand to just call and play in position against 2 players.
And Frankie smiles over at Woodley. Frankie instantly knows it may have just been a play of their continuing battle of bluffs.
Now Brandon has ace-queen out of position.
They're making jokes about Woodley being always good. You know, his image, you know, after having a big one, he gets him to lay it down. Nice play by Woodley. Back-to-back pots, and he shows the ace-deuce. Oh.
And Woodley's going to take it down here, and I love this play a lot here. You know, that was, I think, a clear instance of a leveling war there, right? Woodley knows that Frankie knows that he can open pretty wide, so he's been putting in 3-bet, and you know, Brandon there pretty much capped his range by just calling the 3-bet in between.
Yeah.
So it's very hard for him to have hands like aces, kings, ace, king, queens, plus. Just like queens plus, for example, right?
Yeah,
so
I mean,
that opens the door for Woodley to put in the 4-bet there.
He's got
and take
8,
it down.
9, maybe 10s.
10 jacks at the absolute best, right? Yeah.
Not if I'm playing with them personally.
Yeah,
you know,
if you or me, we're 4-betting our jacks every time.
I mean, especially because, I mean, that's just a light 3, squeeze spot, a lot of dead money potentially. But when he flats, it gives Woodley the incentive to go for it, and you know, he took it down. Anytime you take down a big pot, free flop, you're doing the right things. Woodley is a cagey opponent from Poker Monkey. On the 2-card high only streets, he definitely is.
I mean, I think I definitely see your point, Evan Ace. I just think that I mean, he might have just made a mistake because I personally think he was turning his hand into a bluff, but he might have just bet the wrong side.
I mean, it's a paired board that completes the front door flush.
Yeah.
You know, what if someone floated all the way with a set, whatever the lowest number card was there.
Right, they'd have a boat. Right?
Yeah, they'd have, you know, to potentially get a flush to fold out. I mean, there's a lot of different scenarios. Only Woodley can tell us, though, what he was thinking.
Yeah, I would definitely be interested to know. It's just, I guess from my perspective, I didn't think he thought he had the best hand in that spot. Because he kind of turned his hand kind of gingerly, right? So, I mean, there's no telling. But I definitely see your point, because if you were going to bet a size and try to get a better hand to fold, you're maybe betting pot or, 75% pot.
You know, it all depends on kind of, how the streets fold out. Sometimes you can bluff with a value bet, and, sometimes you can value bet with a bluff, per se. And, I think, Jello waking up with the Rockets.
First
is
bird
this the
side
second
tonight.
time? Second time tonight. He had him on the first hand.
Oh, you're right. Yeah, second time for Jello, actually. Crazy.
He 3-bets KC. I think it's a pretty standard call here. I think Jello's on the button, so you're just gonna have to call the. No, he's in the straddle.
3.
Oh, wow. Oh my gosh!
What a flop here.
And that's why you complete your range and he checks. And if Jello's smart on this board, he'll check back, I think.
And with his exact holding, I think you should check back as well. Having that ace of spades.
And picks up the equity he needs.
Yeah.
Casey should bet out here.
But what I was going to say was, like, having that ace of spades reduces a lot of flush draws that Casey could have calling a 3-bet. So
it eliminates ace king of spades.
Yeah, so not many hands he can bet that he's ahead of. It's a very much way ahead, way behind scenario on the flop. And now he can, you know, just call here in position, try to hit his flush or boat. Getting the right price, actually,
King
too.
of spades would be pretty gross.
That would be very gross. And
he's going to flat.
Let's see what the river card brings. 9 of clubs. King Queen's still the best hand with his trip queens.
What sizing do you think Casey goes with? I like a half pot. To
half
get,
pot, yeah. Half pot, you know, 150 even to 200, 250. 250 is probably the top of the range there to get a hand like an overpair to call.
I think Jello's progressed enough, you know, played against him the most. I think he might be able to sniff this out and fold the aces.
Yeah, having, I guess it's almost a spot now where the having ace of spades is irrelevant now. You know, where like, you know, people always talk about using blockers, and you have to use relevant blockers, right?
Yeah.
I mean, now having the ace of spades, you know your opponent can't have a, you know, a nutted flush, so it's tough to really find.
He pays him off,
but he does make
begrudgingly. You know,
unfortunate for him.
He wanted to get away from it. You know,
I mean, we obviously we can all see the cards. Yeah. It's tough to fold aces there in that spot.
GG, you know. No one likes getting their aces cracked. It's the hardest pocket pair to get rid of.
And no one likes getting bluffed with their aces either. So,
you know,
nice hand there for Casey. Yeah. Tough run out there for Jello. Yeah, I guess I mean having that ace of spades, you know your opponent can't have the nutted flushes. So if they're gonna lead out to you in there twice, they're very much weighted towards you know, a queen or maybe even a river.
I think Jello will go back and run it, and you know,
it's tough. I don't know if I'd be able to fold, honestly, but, yeah. At least he took the time there to think it out.
So, I mean, you know, different strategy for different, you know, different streets at a bigger game, but still at the top of the lower to entry mid-tier stakes. You know, how often is that a bluff is one question I always ask myself.
And I don't think it's often enough.
And the river, you know, listen, like, it's the most under bluff spot. You know, a lot on the line right there. And what is he raising out with? You know, flushes, queens, boats, sets. And I think Joe will go back and look at it. You know, he's trying to calm down right now, it looks like, and he'll regroup. And, you know, that's the beauty of replaying the solvers and things like that is you can run those situations over and over and again. So the next time you're prepared for it.
And we got a very interesting dynamic board here as Woodley's going to bet out with his pocket eights. Brandon would kind of call with his open under, backdoor flush. Daniel with a pair and flush draw.
And let's see, what do we want here for the action card? Not a 9 yet.
You know, 9 creates, you know, it kind of
Woodley
might slow down the
checks,
action a little bit as Brandon's going to take the betting lead once it goes check to him.
He's repping a 9. Woodley's still slightly ahead of everyone here.
Yeah, really just only repping, you know,
it's only a 9 right here, really.
9, yeah.
You know, trying to say pay for your draw, and Daniel's going to pay for it. And he gets the best hand to fold.
Yeah, I guess a jack would check a lot of time on that 9 on the turn.
And
a useless 2 pair for
let's see if
Daniel.
Daniel checks. Let's see if Brandon continues the story.
Brandon, with just queens and high, going to continue his bluff, and you know, really trying to rep him. You know,
he's trying to
rep that 9.
It's the 9 right here because of the hearts being out there. He doesn't hold a queen of hearts, so
it's a good river for him to bluff.
Yeah.
If anyone could have a 9, it's Brandon. You know, he'd have Jack 9 as well.
Yeah, it's. I mean. You know,
this would be
Jack 9, Ace 9, Ace 9 offsuit. You know, just from a single bet pot. This one was a single bet, I believe.
Yes,
coming in. Yeah, Ace 9 offsuit, kind of
9,
you know,
10.
Yeah.
8, 9. You know, you typically don't want to flop second pair and fold to just one bet on the flop. So a lot of really repping a 9 here from Brandon. And
yes.
Let's see if Daniel can sniff this out. But I don't think he has a good hand here to call with. I think it'd be better if he had a jack.
Yeah, nice play by Brandon.
Yeah, nice fight by Random, and I think, you know, unfortunately he did have the best hand, but I think it's a good fold a lot of the time there.
Well, you got the two better hands than him to fold out, and you know, just through some aggression. He was in position the whole way.
They call travelers in the NBA?
And when Woodley sees this, I'd be curious also to know what he feels about getting bluffed out of folding the best hand.
Yeah, that's tough, being sandwiched between two players with a very marginal holding on that board. Let's see here. Alec with a shout out to the commentators. What's up, buddy? Hope you're doing all right.
Thanks for the shout out, man.
Alex asking if Gary has gone political yet. No, I don't think I've seen him in the chat yet. Oh, no, here he is. Brandon would have been better off check raising turn rather than getting a brick on the river, in allowing top pair potentially to just check call. Brandon was the guy that bluffed, right? So check raising turn rather than getting a brick on the river.
I don't know. He got Woodley to fold out on the turn. It was a multi-way pot.
I mean, he couldn't check raise turn because it checked to him.
Yeah, he's last to act. He has to initiate the aggression. I think if he doesn't bet out there, actually, Woodley might lead out.
On river?
Yeah. Because the pot's a great card for him to lead out on at that point.
Yeah, you never know what he'd be doing either.
Well, everything breaks.
Yeah. Yeah, especially when he checks
draw
back.
breaks.
Yeah, they're all representing draws at that point. And it looks like we're going to arrive on the river here. Jello with the best hand, king, queen, 2 pair with a king kicker. Rosie with ace-10 high.
He's going to bet out, you know, pot size bet, not a real big pot.
JD Carmona says, glad to see McLovin in seat 1 getting in the mix, taking the occasional pot.
Yeah, that used to be his name on the stream with the old software captions.
It looks like Jello's going to show the queen.
Not the kicker, though.
Almost 400 viewers on the live stream now. Great showing this Sunday evening.
Still showing only 15 likes for me on my phone.
Let's see, I'll update it. Looks like we got 116 likes. All right, we can do better than that. We got about
24 minutes left
until 8 o'clock. Let's try to hit the 200 like goal. I think we can do it. So 200 likes. We got about 400
tweet it out.
y'all.
Instagram.
Yeah, for those of y'all that know, family members or friends that enjoy some, friendly, low-stakes poker.
You're connected in the poker community. I know some other vloggers always tune in for the next-gen streams. Ping them on theirs, hashtag their Instagram page that links back to the live feeds when they have them. Grandma's waking up with ace-jack. Woodley with one of my airball hands, 8-4 offsuit. We actually talked about this yesterday.
He might be doing this for you then.
I don't know if he remembers this. I'll have to ask him about this hand.
He's open raising it, so he has to remember, right?
It has to be such trash. There's no reason you would do it. And Grandma and KC call.
Grandma just going to call imposition against these two opponents. And gutter ball for Woodley. Gutter ball for Woodley, gutter ball for KC, and
Woodley
one
leads
over
out for 55, 60? 55. I like the sizing half pot into a multi-way. He's repping, jacks, kings, ace,
queen,
king.
Yeah.
I think KC might look him up for a gutter in position. Nope.
Huh, that surprises me, just based on what we've seen tonight.
How long was driving?
8-4, good air ball, and offsuit. It has to be offsuit. You can only make 2 flushes if they're offsuits.
I think a lot of times people don't realize how much equity gutter balls actually have against other players' heads up.
And they're good to transition out of the multi-way pot. Knowing Woodley, if I might have been, I might have put in the raise to him there.
Yeah, it's a good hand to turn into a bluff, and if
he
you
was ahead
feel
the whole
like,
time.
Yeah.
He had him actually, crushed down to the 3 4s in the deck. Woodley never met a suited ace he didn't like.
Raising to 25 under the gun. Grandma with pocket 8. Seems like we've been seeing a lot of pocket 8s as well. 3-bet from Grandma with the pocket 8s.
To 60. Anytime you have, I tier them together as 6s, 7s, 8s. you know, you want to try to isolate behind you if you're next to act. Yeah, after someone's, you know, brought the raise in. She, you know, keeps the overpair going. Woodley's got a pair of deuces, backdoor straight, backdoor flush. He's going to continue.
And one over, so
one over.
A clear spot for him to continue. 7 on the turn, does complete some straight draws. You know, 3-5. Woodley, I mean, so such a wide range.
5-8. We saw he played 4-8, you know, not too far off there last time.
Grandma continue with aggression with her overpair here, but having the 2 8s, you know, does block that 8-5 combo.
I think, I don't think Woodley's necessarily, you know, maybe 8s, maybe just kind of ranging her like I talked about into, you know, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9s. You know, so she could have all the sets right here potentially. You know, he's trying to think, does she have maybe 2 pairs, 6, 7? Is my ace live? I think he's going to put it, nope, he lays it down.
Yeah, really.
That's good discipline.
I'm actually surprised he did lay that down because it's really not a board that connects well with a 3-bet range all too well.
Except for what Grandma's shown up with.
Yeah,
I think her image, you know, of really running hot tonight, of just always having it, you know, gets him to fold.
Absolutely. And nice hand there for Grandma. Magical 5-5. 3-betting pocket 8s is a little ambitious, but it's looking good here. Yeah, I mean, it's, as Brandon just said, he likes doing that when, you know, you're kind of next to act to a pretty aggressive opponent, you know, raising a lot.
Yeah,
you
want to try to isolate. You don't want people calling light behind you with
King 10 off,
9 jack,
King 9,
yeah,
Queen 9, hands that you're flipping with, but will fold to a 3-bet.
Yeah,
I can see that a lot, especially even in a very active game.
And from middle position, you know, you've got to float the entire order back. Daniel picking up my favorite hand, pocket jacks.
KC, I mean, as we're seeing here, you know, a lot of
KC getting out of line, 6-9 offsuit. He must have, Woodley must have told him my strategy and picked his own hand. Woodley calls with the 7 deuce suited. He may be trying to run a, you know, exaggerated bluff here. And 4 deuce queen. Woodley bottom pair, backdoor hearts.
And 1 overcard to Daniel's jacks, but I think he can still bet here.
No, nobody's got an overcard to Daniel. Just the
I'm saying on the board.
Yeah. Daniel bets out 75. I wouldn't be shocked to see Woodley continue to maybe set up a play on later streets.
Might be work better as a raise.
He's ready to do it now.
Yeah, there we go. And doesn't want to invite KC in there if he has a hand like a, you know.
I mean, this is a sneaky spot for jacks. You know, you hear a lot of drops. You know, there's no right way to play jacks. I mean, right, just think of how many combos he's overcalling with. You know, and if you work through that process, he might be able to figure out he's good and, you know, put in the back raise.
It's just going to call in position. Let Woodley continue with his bluffs. If he is bluffing.
He's thinking.
Oh my gosh.
Gross. And, you know, this is how Woodley gets paid, and he just open rips it.
I mean, obviously Woodley was bluffing on the flop, but now he is praying that Daniel has a queen or some kind of overpair.
Yeah, and I think, you know, because there's an overcard out there, I don't know how much poker Daniel's played. I remember, you know, in my early days when I had jacks, queens, kings, whatever, anything that wasn't aces, you were always scared of any over of it, especially if you're that big and, you know, your stack's on the line.
Yeah, and that's where you got to really, you know, that's probably the next step in your poker learning is you're trying to think of what hands is Woodley trying to represent here. He's repping sets of deuces.
Ironically,
sets of
not too far from the truth.
Yeah, sets of deuces, sets of fours. And, you know, ace queen. So not too many hands.
Ace queen's the most. It's really overpairs. That's, you know, kind of a protection shove. Hey, we're going to play for it all, you know, if you're drawing.
Yeah, but Daniel was 3-better, though. That's the thing. So if Woodley could have, like, the king queen suited. But I guess Daniel's just wondering why he's raising,
you know, if he
flop
does call,
and
he's
jamming
got
turn.
7 outs. He calls.
Oh, he makes the call.
He says twice. He thinks, you know, if it's like me, you know, call and think in your head.
Woodley knows he's ahead now, though.
Oh, only run it once.
Wow.
7. stay loose, play 7 deuce, I guess.
Oh, and they are doing the 7 deuce bounty. And that's painful for
Oh.
Daniel. Gets stacked and owes Woodley 5 more bucks.
Oh, my. And, image is a lot of things. His table image got him paid.
Wow.
Like you were talking about, what does he have there? What do the bluffs look like? Ace King. Ace King really is a big one. I don't think Woodley flats.
Woodley wouldn't flat 3 or pre-flop with Ace King.
That's just a tough spot. That's just gross. 7 of spades. Just bink for Woodley. He has to know he's good.
It's just
his action image gets him paid.
Okay, so I guess from my experience, I mean, Woodley has a lot of check raises on the flop and give ups on the turn. You rarely see him, check raise flop as a bluff and then just continue barreling off on the turn as a jam if he sees his opponent call, because he's putting when you get called there, you're putting your opponent on kings, aces, ace queen, king queen,
and like
sets of queens.
Like the hand before, the thing when you're put to the test, what's beating me,
right?
And that's the obviously in tournament situations and ICM environments, pocket pairs hold a lot of power. Personally, right, I evaluate everything in a vacuum, and in that situation, right, like a single pair holding becomes capped whether you're aware of it or not, and you're beat by a lot of things there.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's why I just like to 4-bet rip it with the jacks and just get it over with. And what do we got here? We got Woodley, just a cold 4-bet with deuces. We're gonna have a classic flip. 54-46. They're going twice.
Aaron actually a favorite here.
Woodley
can get counterfeiting.
There's the first board. We're good.
Running it twice here. Did Woodley jam the ace?
Yeah, he 4-bet, just called 4-bet.
And there's the other ace.
And outside of a deuce.
And that's going to be 2 runouts.
Aaron punishes
him,
him, snaps him off. Aaron punishes Woodley for getting out of line instantly.
Woodley came here, with the action here. Won a big pot against Daniel, and now lost the big pot to Aaron. Aaron now up to $880 in his stack. Nice hand for him.
Yeah, and that's you just can't be fearful with Ace King. It's in the charts and stuff now, it's becoming more favorable than pocket queens, and I think the Global Poker Index, when they get done compiling, and this is just a rumor I've heard, they've had every year their annual most profitable starting hands index. Obviously, aces, kings 1 and 2. Over the past few years, queens have been switching for like suited broadways, and there's a rumor that ace-king suited may overtake queens as the 3rd most profitable hand in poker for last year. So
just because people bluff with it a lot.
Yeah, and
people that are afraid to get in there with queens. Yeah.
Or right, they're obviously the MTT world is really the highest area of growth right now in poker.
Surf Cruiser, thanks for the sub. And then Mo the Cat, actually bringing up a very good point. He's saying at this level, specifically at this 1-3 level, folding to a shove is plus EV. Yeah, I mean, I can definitely see his point. Like you're saying, because it's so under bluffed a lot of the time. And I even mentioned that too, right? I've seen Woodley do a lot of check raise bluffs on the flop. Very rarely, when he gets called as a bluff on the flop, does he continue just barreling off for no reason on the turn.
Yeah.
Unless he picked up an out or.
But how much poker has he played with Woodley? He may know he's loose, and
you just see him playing loose, and it's like, oh, he's bluffing with air.
And they're not walking through that process, and that's the kind of cool thing about the next gen guys. They're working on coaching, they're running through those scenarios, and that's why you're seeing Frankie lay down things to Woodley potentially, because he's got experience.
Oh, and this is a big hand here for one player at least. KC flopping top pair with a spade draw. Woodley with just bottom pair. Bet a 50 from KC.
Nothing much changing. That's pretty much a brick. Ace 5 suited comes into play.
KC here with a stranglehold on the spot right now. Gonna bet 120.
Woodley's probably gonna let that go. Yeah.
That's it for Woodley.
On the turn right there with a brick. you know, I don't mind a check back, actually. Woodley already shown the propensity to bluff, to, on the turn, entice a bluff, where, like we're talking about, you know, kind of the theme, under bluffed rivers, you know. It's just hard to do.
Yeah, as you progress towards the river,
there are no more cards to come out that could help bail you out.
Yeah, so.
So I guess they've added the 7-deuce game.
Maybe
you know,
the occasional stand-up game if they're still feeling it.
Because of the time delay, they are doing match the stack now that the first hour has passed. So I've seen Frankie top up. Rosie, you know, tried and true, patient, right? He's on his second bullet, not deviating. You know, he's consistent. You know, if you look at their charts, you know, Frankie Jello from his last huge win. Shout out, congrats to that. You know, just consistent, steady. If I had to pick someone, you know, it's always like a fun poker game question. Who in the room would you pick to, you know, min cash type situation, the world of, you know, series of poker? My pick actually would not be Rosie. I would actually pick him to go the deepest because he's the most consistent in how he approaches the game. And when setbacks happen, he doesn't get deterred. You know, I know a lot.
I definitely see your point there.
I know a lot of people when they get stacked, especially in a match the stack game, they instantly buy up. And you know, when you sit down, I'm a big proponent of matching the stack. It creates the highest EV situation for you. But you know, Rosie has a strategy of 750 big binds is my standard buy-in.
Or 150.
Yeah, 150. Sorry, $750 because of the move of 2-5. And you know, he's sticking with that and not getting deterred, playing his game, and I like it.
Yeah, I mean, you play unexploitable, and you know, you play the best hands you can the best possible way, and you know, you just let the variance roll with it. Right?
And you know, he's built such an image here at TCH. I thought it was funny in one of the few last videos. I guess the guy didn't know he was our local celebrity. You know, just light ripped it into him on his squeeze play.
All right, we got the
pocket sixes
straddle here to $6. Aaron gonna raise to 25 with the pocket sixes. Jello right behind.
Oh.
Been a little quiet here. Gonna call with the
potential
pocket fives.
Woodley, any two cards suited.
Woodley looking to stack his opponents to the
We're
right
probably
there.
gonna see. You know, I actually don't mind Woodley's flat there. It encourages more people to come in, and Brandon picks up a monster. And that's not going to be enough to force some people out.
115. I think he got on a little bit bigger there. You know, standard. You know, in position, standard sizing is 3x, and adding an X for each caller between.
KC pocket jacks. Wow. Let's see Queen's Jack 6 flop.
Yeah, that'd be asking for a lot. I don't think we've seen set over set over set on the flop here. Oh man, that call from KC in between might entice Aaron. Unfortunately, no, he folds, but this might entice Jello to call.
If Jello folds Woodley, I think is that like there's just, you know, an extra pot of dead money. You know, there's $40 extra up there.
No, he is going to call, and that's definitely going to bring Woodley.
Yeah, you know, I think we were pretty. It was just kind of too small of a sizing. It's going to create a really bloated multi-way pot here.
Yeah,
and let's
so
see.
The raise was 25. He definitely could have made it like 150.
I think even bigger with knowing his opponents.
Oh, and there's a set. There's the set of sixes.
Aaron is kicking himself.
Oh, man.
Jacks. We have a set of jacks for KC.
And you kind of called it.
Yeah.
It would have been set over set if Aaron had called, but.
Well, so this is more of an Omaha game because you get a lot of pocket pairs clump, which leaves kind of limited action. And, right, you get single cards that remain in these kind of dry-ish boards.
And
so you get these
KC doing a very interesting play here, leading out here with top set.
I actually really like it. It's a heavily bloated 3-bet pot with flush draw potential. You know, if he has ace-king of clubs.
He's getting in there no matter what.
Yeah.
And, wow, and a raise from Brandon. And Brandon, he's poised to lose a big pot.
Wait.
Oh, no. And we have a $3,700 pot in a 1-3 game.
My favorite hand, pocket jacks on the line.
And over 1,000 big, oh my God, quads
Nails
on the turn. Wow, and you know, Aaron Woods has been stacked there, turning a boat. And that's an unfortunate flop there for Brandon. He's going to get stacked here, and Casey wins a $3,700 pot in a 1-3 game, over 3,000 big blinds.
Yeah, pocket jacks redeeming themselves.
Sorry, over 1,000 big blinds, not 3,000 big blinds.
You know, only in Texas Card House do you see what you would maybe see in Las Vegas at a 5-10, 10-20 size pot at a 1-3 game. It's the action's just incredible.
Wow,
Casey's
nice
showing you how to play
hand.
pocket jacks.
Your favorite hand, right?
So, I mean,
it's of course when you're commentating, your favorite hand gets quads, right? So that's just,
you
this
know,
is about right.
It's better be lucky than good.
Yeah. Oh man. And yeah, everyone's saying that Aaron just would have lost his whole stack there. And
I mean, he makes a very. He's the
he made
first
the right
one to
fold.
act.
Yeah.
So him folding allows Jello to fold. If he would, you know, right. You know, obviously Woodley, because they folded, then gets the fold benefit, right, of the dead money. What a pot. Reverse cooler. And, you know, when that's another, like, I like jacks, when you get that type of set flop. You know, deuces maybe, sixes yes. You know, someone more experienced in that situation, right?
This is an insane pot. I mean, Kevin's still moving the chips.
What a pot for Casey.
Well, and let's go back to the booth while we get this, you know, pot figured out. For those of y'all that haven't seen Brandon yet, this is Brandon. Yep. He's guest commentating here tonight, and that's insane. What a pot there. That's, I think, the biggest pot we've had so far tonight. And
I mean,
with Casey at a stack of over almost 4,000 now, this is we're gonna see some crazy
action. I wonder if
action.
Woodley got up to go find some bullets to match the stack. You know,
Yeah,
Woodley,
that's a
2-5 player.
right?
You know, never one to, you know, lose EV. I mean, we could see potentially still some more massive pots.
Absolutely. And we know Brandon's not shy. He's rebuying right now. And
yeah.
Let's get back right into the action.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah, for those of y'all that haven't seen Brandon yet, give him a nice warm welcome. He's guest commentating here. Guest commentating with me.
Yeah. Anytime you see me up here, feel free to holler at me. Tell me how I did. Any feedback's appreciated. I had, you know, mentioned in passing after I saw Pez up here, you know, something that I thought would be, you know, enjoyable, and it's been an absolute blast so far.
Yeah. You've been doing great, man. You've been
especially seeing all the feedback in the chat. You know, when you're on the other side, you know, you're typing in, you know, it's really cool to see it on the side. So thank you guys for all the support. It's been a fun ride so far during the stream, and we've got diamond over diamonds, H3, King 5, and
Jack 10 of hearts. So we got some.
Was this just a limp straddle?
One diamond on the flop here.
Pair of threes, pair of fives,
and some backdoor straight possibilities for KC.
Yeah. And did Grandma just make the three?
Yes.
No, Brandon.
Brandon
Brandon with the H3. So Brandon's got to think he's good here. He's waiting on chips to be able to bet.
Oh, so he bought it for 2,000. So okay, yeah.
Wow, yeah, he's matching the stack.
This game is getting deep. Not exactly a full match, but I think 2K plenty to work with at a 1-3 game. You know, honestly, you could probably buy it for 1,000 or 1,500.
A game, you know, you look at the classic Bellagio. 5-10 is capped. 5-10 is capped at. Oh wow.
Rivering a boat now for Brandon.
I don't think. I think an ace is a scare card for Grandma. Yeah. And she, you know, hey, you're not the only one who can have it every time.
Poker Monkey says Brandon kind of sounds like Pez.
I don't know if that's a compliment or. Oh, all right. I may be saying this wrong. Beta 9, love the commentator switch up. Thank you.
Evan Ace, you're saying you guys are doing great. Hey, appreciate it, buddy.
Pez, the original chat pro. You know, definitely TCH staple. Kind of paving the way for me. I appreciate it.
WM here with a question. Is the quads promo still going on? Actually, speaking of that, Brandon's one of our winners of one of the quads promos. He's the one that took down the Pocket Fives race for quads promo. He won about, what, 3,500 off of that?
Well, yeah, that was the total. I ended up getting in a pretty aggressive pot that I turned a set of eights and you know, stacked off my opponent for almost stacked off. It was a pretty deep game. So a little bigger. Shout out to Mary the dealer for dealing those hot fives. I got them right 15 minutes after they changed it.
Oh, really?
Saw the pocket fives, black ones, and I just like, I knew it. I was under the gun too, so I was like, they're going to come, and I'm going to limp this pot.
Yeah, you're like, I'm trying to get to the flop no matter what. Right?
We need to get the minimum money amount and
win the max.
Yep.
Yeah, that's insane, man. No, congrats to you.
Yeah.
For those of you that don't know, yes, we do still have the quads promo going.
Quad sixes, I believe, was hit tonight. It restarted at quad sevens.
Quad sevens, and I saw it at 100, so it must have been hit at no limit then, I guess.
Yeah, it was hit. It was hit on a, I'm not sure if it's a 1-2 or 2-5.
But it was no limit.
Yeah, it was a no limit.
So we're now on quad sevens, a lot faster of a pacing than I thought it'd be. I thought we'd still be on quad threes by now.
I mean,
honestly.
the deuces are the hardest one to get out of the way. I mean, that pot was pretty large, and you know, I don't know when it launched originally. Board pair and 3 here.
Looks like I might just go check.
Yeah, I mean, Grandma's not one to, especially at Woodley, to take a stab.
But yeah, no, Brandon, one of our winners of actually the quads promo, so congratulations to him again.
Yeah, right,
and
right back after my 2-month poker travel training trip hiatus, if you call it.
Yeah.
First day back on the felt full time, and big city.
Yeah, it's pretty sick. So yeah, we're currently on quad sevens. For those who don't know what the promo is, you have to flop that specific quads to take down the jackpot.
And you have to have it as a pocket pair.
Yeah, you have to have his pocket pair, and every hour, Monday through Thursday, the promotion goes up $100.
I don't know if
or Sunday through Thursday.
Yeah, I don't know if originally if when it started with the deuces, which Woodley limping with the deuces here. Speaking of, that's the hardest one to hit. It's the least played of all the pocket pairs. It goes much faster as they go up, as they're more frequent.
That makes sense.
You know, just the frequency of seeing flops with them and such.
As you know, some people might just open full deuces, right? So
you know, adding PLO. So PLO, if it's flopped, only gets half the jackpot.
And then the rest of the money gets
it just
carried over to the next
it just
hand,
keeps going and growing from that spot.
So yeah, that's our promo for the entire month, and you know, potentially $48,000 in giveaways for the entire month.
I'm surprised to see Aaron not bet that flop.
Flopping open ender.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, Grandma just getting a 6, not a lot.
Might make her a little curious though, as you know, you'd feel like a lot of time a jack.
I mean, what is he betting here with? I mean, the 6 improved her hand. She knows that. I think she might be sniffing this out.
I think she might call one straight here. A lot of straight draw and flush draw possibilities, but looks like she's just gonna let it go here. We wait for a better spot.
Yeah, and that's the biggest advantage of, you know, cash first tournament. People always ask me, you know, what do you think the differences are? That right there, where she just fold, right? When in doubt, you can fold your cards. I love it when people don't think they can, personally.
Yeah, you make more money out of it, right? So.
But, you know, Grandma playing smart, right? Like, she know we make it, but, you know, why would she want to put more money into the pot where she could face a difficult decision on the river, right? She's invested $12 in the pot. She's up riding good tonight. Just move on. Don't put that stress on herself and continue running good. And it looks like they're getting ready to do maybe a flip or a bomb pot here. We're having a dealer change.
Yeah, we hit 143 likes, so not exactly the goal that we wanted, but you know, still a good showing here. Let's try to hit, you know, since we're at 140 at the halfway point of the stream, let's try to hit 300 likes by the end of the stream. I think that's very doable.
300 minimum.
100 likes for each next-gen crew member. So 300 total. Let's do it. By the end of the stream, let's try to hit 300 likes. We got Amber joining us now, dealing the second half of our stream, and they're going to rock it here with a PLO bomb pot, I believe.
Kingfish 67. Thanks for the invite back. That's definitely welcoming. I enjoy that. And as I scroll up, I see that the Mavs are crushing it, as I'm trying not to see any info about the game. I know some of our commentators are huge Mavs fans. You know,
that's actually why I think Ben's actually at a
game watch party.
Yeah.
There's a pretty big collection of MFFLs up here. So when Derek asked me, it's something, you know, I jumped at the opportunity.
JD Carmona says double board bomb pot time. No, unfortunately we can't do double board with our RFID readers. It just makes it just can't be done. So we do single board, PLO bomb pots. Honestly, still just as much action. We've seen sometimes the biggest pots.
We got Aaron with a huge normal PLO holding. Queen, queen, jack 10, double suited.
Yeah,
probably
very good
one of the
holding.
most powerful hands in PLO. I honestly, even in this situation, because it's single board, 3-7-3, only. There's a lot of cards that still improves. I think he missed an opportunity to knock some people out that can improve their hand drastically, such as Woodley with 4-5 of spades.
Oh wow! And someone just made quads.
Frankie's got the 3. Aaron's going to bet out now with the
Oh,
queens.
no.
He missed the chance to fold Frankie out. Jello's got aces. I mean,
I think Frankie still would have called at least with the trip 3s.
I think Jello's got a call here, and if Frankie's smart, he'll be sly. And Woodley still may overcall with the 6 of spades. He doesn't know that Grandma's holding it as a potential one-outer to just
the straight flush, just
to
explode
ultimate
everyone's mind.
cooler.
Yeah. I mean, so on this turn card, 1, 2, 3 players made full houses on the turn.
So
here.
people don't. This is a common miss in Frankie wisely just flats.
Absolutely, you got quads, you got the nuts.
I think I don't know if Aaron's going to recognize this. He's not as seasoned in the PLO streets, and I know Frankie.
Oh no.
Oh,
I was about to say he should check any river, but that one he cannot check. He still gets value from.
and
I mean, he
he
still
checks.
might check.
He
Yeah, he
checks.
smartly
He's-
checks. Okay. I was about to say I don't think he can check that river now.
Aaron had some bad running against me in our one of our last bomb pot tournaments. I don't know what bullet it was, but it was back-to-back bullets. First hand in that he got scooped by me. Thanks for helping me make that run deep. This may be some of that kind of experience coming in. Yeah, it goes check, check. Jack knows not to bloat a PLO pot right here. And,
Looks like he's gonna bet the pots.
I think that's a bad bet there. That's something that, just max value. Aaron calls. Yeah, I mean, that's wisely called off by Aaron just in case. He loses the minimum there, and Jack quickly folds.
Wow, I mean, I think Aaron probably could have gotten away from him any other river card but that one. It's just unfortunate because he can still have like 7s full. Right.
So you see this pretty regular in bomb pots. Imagine that being a double board because that 3's still coming up there as the next card potentially.
Yep.
I mean, maybe we talk to the guys next time, do some live action commentary for a double board and turn off the RFIDs.
But we got a super chat here from Eddie Bat here. Great
Thanks,
job on
Eddie
the
Bat.
booth, boys. Baby Nova and I watching Mommy deal with the live stream. Looks like Eddie's doing some babysitting for Amber here.
Yeah,
Amber
just
had,
coming back from having a baby girl, I believe?
baby girl.
Yeah, baby girl.
Nova. Yeah. Very sweet baby girl. She actually, I got to see her a little bit when she brought her to the public hearing for the Board of Appeals hearings and stuff. So it looks like Eddie's doing some work here. Making sure Mom can get some work done.
You kicker? I didn't like it on the flop.
Shout out to Eddie. And yeah, Evan agreeing here. Yeah, that's the only river that gets Aaron to pay. Yeah, it's. I think any other river, you're losing to aces and kings, and obviously a 3 and pocket 7s.
Yeah, I mean, if they were calling with kings, aces, he just, he could be potentially sucking out. But he was wary of the 3, especially in a single board.
That's the only board anyone can play. Right? Yeah. It's
Yeah.
Just what else? Whether you're blocking queens, so they're not betting
Yeah, it's
queens full. But yeah, it's just kind of a cooler spot.
Yeah.
And, wow, pretty crazy flop here. Brandon and Daniel flopping flush draws here. Queen on the turn, giving Daniel a pair to go along with his flush draw. Brandon now a gutter ball to go along with his king high flush draw. So this could be dangerous here if we see a diamond on the river.
let's see the ace of diamonds.
Yeah, that'd be insane. 6 on the river, giving Daniel the winning hand here if you get the showdown. And he's going to go and check it down. I think that's perfectly fine here. No reason to turn your queen into a bluff. Got plenty of showdown. And Daniel's going to take it down. Nice hand for him.
Good play.
Eddie Bet saying, Mama got to make that money. Absolutely. Shout out again to Amber and Eddie. Derek saying, mix game Wednesday? Potentially, potentially.
All right, what's your favorite mixed game? Let's just get the question out of the way.
Deuce to 7, triple draw.
That game has insane amounts of action.
Yeah, Deuce to 7, triple draw, and I like stud 8.
So, as I said, my first introduction to poker was stud. I play in a pretty regular mixed game, as long as they're spreading 4 variations of stud. So, you know, obviously do 7 triple draw, stud 8 or better, stud high only, and then stud standard, which is 7 or better.
Interesting. I've never heard that before.
So if you remember when Poker Stars first launched and they had Omaha high-low, if you go back and look in there, you know, the software was so, you know, primitive in online poker age. And Daniel got gets some trip jacks. Woodley's got bottom pair. Rosie with needing runner for the straight flush.
Yeah, 7 of diamonds, 9 of diamonds, one time.
You can't get it if you don't chase. And there would have been a diamond for him. He would have picked up it. Woodley calls. Daniel going to keep the pressure on. That's a third pot in there. Woodley's going to continue.
Rivering a boat now for Daniel.
I like a dramatic polarization.
At like 200.
Maybe 225, even more. And Woodley just doesn't like getting blown into, and he goes for thinner value, and Woodley folds. I think if you would have made it look like Woodley was getting bluffed himself, he may try to play back. But I mean, that's a tough run out to get, you know, much more value.
It's kind of a tough board though to balance, you know, your nutted hand with a bluff though. There's just not too many bluffs on that board.
What's the worst situation? Woodley's already shown that you can bet big and still get called tonight.
Fair. That's fair. Yeah.
I mean,
it'd be an exploited bluff, not a balance. Or not
obviously
bluff,
you have to keep it mixed so it's not predictable. But in his first situation with a true, you know, kind of not only the best hand but the nut advantage in his range coming out, to just, you know, if you don't think you can get 3 full streets, why not just bet 275 and see if Woodley will take a stab? You know, that's the benefit of live poker versus, you know, online clicks sometimes, is you get to, you know, factor that stuff in.
For sure. Let's see here. Steven Lazama says, when is TCH bringing back 1-3 to the floor? So, I mean, you can actually just ask them. They just don't run it frequently, but you can just ask the floor to put it on the list.
So I'm a big proponent of 1-3 as an in-between stakes.
Yeah, me too.
You know, another place south of us here just kind of reworked the games that they spread. You know, I think it's going to have a trickle-down effect, especially if someone in the chat's asking, you know, why don't we spread 1-3?
Yeah.
You're going to see a more competitive, you know, fair play advantage. You know, that's a really hot topic. You know, you're seeing a lot of new type of bigger caps than the traditional 100 big blinds of casinos past. And, you know, it was on a podcast, really in-depth. If anyone...
Oh, wow, and we got a 4-bet here from Jello. Some blind versus button action here. You know, obviously...
Is Jello sitting on the button?
Yeah. Frankie, you know... Jello knowing that Frankie, you know, can 3-bet light occasionally, especially against a button open. So
Jello at the, you know, absolute bottom of a 4-betting range with a suited wheel ace.
The ace deuce suited, the ace 3 suited, ace 4, ace 5.
So,
suited.
you know, he might mix in some folds. I don't, you know.
Matthew Almaraz with the sub. Thank you very much.
I think they're missing.
Yeah, I mean, so back to that question with the why don't we run 1-3? I mean, they can run it. If you go to the front and ask the podium to, you know, put a list up for 1-3, they'll put it up there.
About a month ago, I said, why don't we run $5 bomb pot tables? It would get more people involved in
and
the awesome.
Now they're playing.
And now the game broke finally after 36 hours straight. It actually ran longer than the $15 bomb pot. You know, anytime you can, you know, get good stuff going and there's a demand for it, you know, the floor leadership team here is, I mean, it's
they're very accommodating.
It's why I call this place home.
Yeah. They're very common. They'll do what the players want, right?
Yeah, I mean, obviously, you know, if there's 900 people waiting, you know, and, you know, there's, you know, definitely some situational stuff, but, you know, Saturday night, you know, probably about the 8 o'clock, the bedtime kind of, you know, put your kids down to bed hour, you know, it dies down for a little bit before it picks back up. You know, I know some guys in here that are probably listening, you know, we've spread plenty of 1-3 games, and anytime you can download Poker Atlas, and I'm not like super good at using it. I just kind of like throw my name on there, but it'll tell you at any time what games are being spread, what's active, how many people are waiting. So, you know, that's a good sign. I think you'll probably see it come back up here based on kind of the trickle-down effect, you know, that's taking place elsewhere.
Totally agree. Interesting plays here as, you know, Grandma's betting out here with the queen deuce. Woodley going to raise, and, you know, that's kind of what I said earlier, right? There's a lot of check raise bluffs on the flop, but if he feels like he's going to be beat here on the turn, he just gives up.
Let's see what Grandma does. Grandma thinks she's best. Let's see if Woodley plays back for the first time.
But I did mention that, right? Like
yeah.
He check raise bluffs a lot on the flop, but will give up a lot on the turn.
Yeah, he gives up. Has Grandma lost a hand tonight?
I don't know.
I think she's undefeated. Go Grandma.
Yeah, she's won a lot of hands for sure.
She's running, like, she hasn't been involved in any, you know, cataclysmic bots like we've seen so far.
Just kind of just chipping up here, $200, $100 at a time, which is a great session to have. That's
for an hour,
yeah.
I mean, she's just not putting herself in any kind of exploitable situations. You know, the one that we talked about a couple hands ago with the 6, you know, why even face that? Just fold over. Casey.
Sitting pretty on his $3,800 stack.
You know, a little more powder to fire in opening raise. You know, I think this is something that, you know, why I think more 1-3 games should be spread. It allows you to learn proper sizing in your betting from where you lie in position from, you know, the dealer button. And, you know, you're seeing a lot of fluctuation. You know, that's one thing I might ask, like, why are some opening raises 20, 25? We've seen one 45. There was a straddle pot with 55. You know, it gives people to progress from 1-2. And if they desire to go up to 2-5, 5-10.
Yeah, it's a good stepping off point for sure.
I think my prediction, you'll see probably one consistent game going here in probably the next 90 days potentially. I imagine that'll, you know, trickle down effect. I know down south they have about 3 games running 24/7.
This is interesting here.
Yep.
Frankie betting the flop once check 2 with a mystery hand. Casey electing to float with his queen jack high. Now turning
queen
a queen high
hearts.
flush draw.
Check, check.
5 of spades now. You know, Casey with just queen jack high. Is he going to want to try to turn his hand into a bluff here, repping that flush? You know, if anyone's going to have a flush here, it's potentially him. As he did check call
Frankie's
flop.
got a weird line.
No, but he is going to check and give up. And now this opens the door for Frankie to bluff, you know, and blow out Casey's queen jack high,
you know,
which
this
could
is,
be potentially the winner.
You know, this is, he checks, he gives up. Let's see what. Deuces.
Okay. Interesting.
You know, one of the, like a streamer, blogger, coach that I watch always does the mystery hand. What do you think they have here? You know, maybe a future idea for the chat. Like, hey, block it out. What does he have right here? I would be broke if you know, we'd just done that. No way I would have thought pocket deuces. And that is why they take the longest to hit in the quads payout. All right, Casey under the gun. 6-3 of diamonds. 7 deuce. Woodley coming in for a limp with, kind of shocked to see Woodley Limp
He's trying to play a more balanced strategy
yeah.
here. Yeah, limping with some stronger hands that he would normally raise with.
And that'll allow him to close the action against Frankie with disguised hand. Grandma with one of, in my opinion, the best multi-way hands, especially with aggressive people. 9-10 of clubs elected not to play again, not putting herself at exposure.
Yeah, which is totally fine. She's out of position in the small blind. Probably plays better. She's 3 bets pre-flop.
Check.
King, queen, 4, 2 diamonds.
And
Woodley actually flopping second pair here.
And like we said, by having a small limping range, it allows him to get in, and Frankie takes a stab.
Oh, and that's not a good card there for Frankie.
No, it's not. And
it's going to be a lot harder for him to rep that king, and Woodley's never folding now.
I like a check from Woodley here. Keep Frankie going. Frankie's most likely trying to rep the queen now with the board pairing, except he doesn't know that Woodley, limped with the hand he would typically, raise with, and he's just going to continue.
And with this call now, I imagine, oh no.
I'd like to see a check back and see if Frankie might fire back. No, it goes check, check. The only chance you get any value there is Frankie continues bluffing, and yeah.
If he's betting there, he most likely has the king, right? Nice hand there for Woodley.
Yeah. Very well played.
So, we got about an hour and a half left in our live stream, and if you're just now joining us, we got about 428 viewers. Great showing tonight for our Sunday night 1-3 monthly live stream for Next Gen Poker. You listen to the voices of Derek and Brandon. Derek, y'all know me. I've been here, for quite some time now, doing the commentary with Ben and Ben. And Brandon's actually one of our regular players here at TCH, and guest commentator.
Yeah,
he's been doing a great job.
I actually I met Derek on the felt. I didn't know he was a dealer here. We met at a 1-2 table, waiting for a 2-5 table to open in back in November.
Yeah, wow, yeah, it's been a while now, and if we stay in touch, obviously, I work here, and he sees me here all the time. I see him here all the time.
Yeah,
and,
it's just
he's mentioned that he's wanted to do the live stream commentary before, and here we are.
Yeah, it's been an absolute blast.
Super fun, right?
Yeah, it's great. The best part of this is seeing the other side of the chat. Things that you're saying out into a void of the internet, getting real-time feedback. It definitely gives me perspective when I try to be funny, clever on something, and you're just like, man, I did a bad job, me.
9 of spades on turn, going to give KC a straight here.
Oh, Woodley just missing out on a straight flush.
Would need the 9-10 of clubs. That'd be pretty sick.
Yeah.
KC going to bid out here for value. Even though the front door clubs do come in, a lot of hands that he can potentially get value from here. A 5 or some kind of 2-pair holding. That
top pair. Even top.
pair.
I mean.
So close to a really good hand.
That's funny.
Woodley.
All right, I'll call him.
Call?
Yeah,
Oh, he calls.
It was only a $35 bet. Yeah. He just needs to see how badly he was beat there. And, I actually like that cheap $35 call by Woodley. If he's trying to crying milking bet, Woodley's a good enough player to take that into account. So he definitely thinks about future bluffing opportunities.
Outside a queen. What? Said outside a queen. Drawing to a lot.
Frankie's hat looks like it's slowly edging off his beautifully polished hair. I'm sure he styled it underneath.
Yeah, it's like almost completely perpendicular.
It's like he's got a snapback on like Aaron does almost in his hat right here. Aaron leading out with 6s.
Chillo with,
oh my gosh.
What the heck?
6s on 6s crime.
What just happened? That was like a...
Woodley with a I don't know how about just a simple 3x 3-bet. That just invites action. Grandma with the great discipline, just
Great fold, for sure.
As far as textbook, perfect, non-exposure, MVP, right? Obviously gonna go to the big hands, but you know she'd be my MVP so far.
Yeah, she's playing very well. Oh, check on the flop, ace on the turn, and you know Aaron knows that card is bad for him, but he goes check again on the turn. Oh, sorry, check on flop. He goes check again on the turn, and now a check bet from Woodley, and this might get Aaron to make the call.
It's 75 into, you know, it's 75 to win 200. He asked the question we've been talking about. What are you three that I'm beating?
Queen 10 suited, king queen suited. King queen suited is probably the only real hand here.
Good fold. Good fold.
And Aaron does make the good fold there.
You know, sometimes the simplest answer is the easiest one. You know, what am I beating here? Not much.
Yeah, and if that percentage is low, we might as well just make the fold. And I never thought I'd agree more with the saying than I did hear one from the player about maybe 2 months ago. He says, if you're not folding the winning hand occasionally, you're playing too many hands.
So I've got a different mantra. If your bluffs aren't being called down, you're not bluffing enough.
Yeah, and
it's literally you know the opposite side of the coin, but I've never heard the other side of the street, and
But yeah, I think both of them have a lot of merit though.
Yeah, I mean, you know, if you have it's fun to definitely juice up some action. I mean, you don't want to be in a game where everyone's VPIP is 8%, but you know, unless if you're just, you know, getting hit by the deck, which, you know, that happens, right? You know, excluding those, you know, if your VPIP's in the 70s.
You do have to bluff every now and then, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, if your VPIP's in the high 70s, though, I think it's on your side. And we got a gutter here for KC. I don't like not betting that with nothing. Yeah, so KC's going to still have the gutter. Woodley picks up inside straight draw, open-ended now.
2 players now turning top pair.
And 25. Yeah, you're.
Oh, wow, that's an action river there. Trip jacks for 2 players here. Aaron with trip jacks with a king kicker. KC with trip jacks with a queen kicker.
We're going to get some fireworks.
Though the straight does come in, like queen 10 comes in, and the front door hearts.
KC, no fear. Jacks have been pretty good to him tonight.
And I think Aaron's just going to have to make the call. He might think that...
He might think he's beat,
right?
By
flush or straight.
But he makes the smart play by just calling. Woodley has to know he's beat at this point. And you know what? I appreciate what Aaron just did. I call it speed rolling. Even though he called, right, we're all using our time here. Doesn't waste any time tables his cards. It's something I'm trying to implement more. Right, I call it just instantly table. No issues can happen from it. No confusion. You know, if the other person wants to show their hand or not, I don't really care. I know I won the pot, and I made the right decision to make the call.
Yeah, absolutely. And yeah, Aaron had no reason to not, or he was definitely not required to show first, but like you said, sees the game and keeps a nice friendly environment.
Yeah, and you know, he was a little shocked. He was like, "Man, I was beat there," you know, and I totally get that. Oh, what are we playing here? What?
It's like the
action trackers from the last hand.
Yeah. We're gonna hold off for a second here, get that little caught up, and we got a $6 straddle raised from Brandon to $20 with the queen jack offsuits. Grandma folding in a mystery hand. Rosie getting the mix here, 3-betting, maybe using his image a little bit like you said before.
And I like the position and
the hand selection as well.
Yeah, and it's
Might have to get in.
Yeah. Any 2 cards, Woodley.
He just likes to play pots against Rosie.
And you know, he's a very, very good post-flop player. Especially because, you know, he plays so much here in the multi-way environment at TCH. He's very comfortable in it. Let's see how this flop turns out.
Heads up, check. Oh, man, interesting.
This actually definitely smashes Rosie's range and image. I like a
he hasn't
C
really
bet
been
here
playing
from
many
Rosie.
hands, yeah, so he pretty credibly repped the ace here. I like a small size in here.
I like 75 from the 3-bet, just a slight downsize from his 3-bet.
His 3-bet was 75, so the...
It was?
Yeah.
Okay.
So 50, I think 50 is fine.
For some reason, I thought he did 95. That actually improves Rosie's hand. I like him
straight opportunities.
I like him blasting off right here. He takes the free card, though.
Oh, man. Well.
And he'll be able to get away from this one. Unless he's going to try to rep the ace. If anyone can at the table, it's Rosie or Grandma, you know.
Yeah, but Brandon has he has a tendency to just kind of call off rivers pretty light.
And you know.
Yeah, there it is. The check back from Rosie. I really do think if he, put like a pot size bet on the turn.
I agree.
I think it might have got the job done.
If
Putting a single pair holding. Yeah.
Fired twice.
So I think that might have been a missed opportunity for Rosie, but hard to blame him. When you have just 9 high.
I mean, he's already been felted once tonight. He's sticking to his strategy and
low variance strategy. But
right?
I think if you and I were in that exact spot, I'm firing pot almost every time there. Maybe even sometimes like 70, 80% pot. Trying to rip with that ace in a 3-bet pot, especially when you've only been playing, not too many hands. You've been playing pretty snug.
And you have to be prepared to. You know what? It's very difficult to do the triple barrel on the river if he calls off on the turn.
Yeah.
It's always a great feeling to get the triple barrel through.
Yeah, I like the overbet on the turn, and then I like the jam on the river.
Casey's limping with pocket jacks again here.
I like the jam on the river if there's no jack. If there's no jack, I think the jam would work a lot better. Just because then it gives people that have a jack, they're just like, oh, well, now I can actually call out. I have a good hand here in full house.
Yeah, I mean, in these bigger, games like this, as they progress, you get, like a certain familiarity with your opponents. And, Rosie's image, like, what is his range? And if they think, like, oh, is he capable of having the ace here? And who would be most like right? That comes into their decision-making.
Yeah, who would be most likely to fold?
Mind.
But I think Brandon's one of the people that would be most likely to call.
Yeah.
With a jack.
I agree. I think the jack not coming against that situation. Totally agree. We got a big board building. Jack's still good.
Woodley has a lot of outs now. Any deuce, any spade, any 5, any ace.
13 total outs. The 7 and 8 and the ace of clubs are gone. But, I mean, Woodley doesn't know that, so he's thinking there's 16.
This is almost too many outs. And there, oh, wow. Oh. I saw the black card.
Let's see if Woodley tries to bluff. He's going for it. Maybe he's soul reading us as we talk about the most under bluff spot. And he bets out massive for a pot-sized bet. And Casey's just totally perplexed. Like, how am I losing to that queen? That's actually the... He makes... He calls. Good call. Ace high. And he tables the jacks.
Oh, wow. Nice call there by KC. Queen on the river doesn't really make too much sense there. It's very hard for Woodley to have exactly a queen there. Yeah,
queen, king. Ace.
King, queen with the queen, king spades. Ace, queen with the ace spades.
And to be, like, you don't even have to go through the complex stuff. I mean, that's how, our relationship built is, from strategy, analyzation, and, it naturally flows for us. It's just, kind of simplicity of the feel. Like, it just doesn't make a lot of sense. And, like, Casey's look was like, yeah, I call. It doesn't make sense. And when, there's smoke, there's fire.
And I'm actually getting word from our producer, David Lagana here. TCH Live in Austin finally returns tomorrow at 6 p.m. So I know we've been having some technical difficulties there. David Lagana made the trip down there to Austin to get some, back-end stuff figured out with our system there. So that's actually returning tomorrow at 6 p.m. And if you're wanting to get on the list to play on that live stream, go to the Texas Card House on Instagram for the details to sign up for that live stream tomorrow at 6 p.m. So that's great to hear that our TCH Austin is getting back on track.
Through TCH Austin during my little Austin road trip. It has such a different vibe from here. you know, it's like if you're blessed enough, I'm not at this juncture, like to have a vacation home, like a just total, like same feel because it's your home, but just total change of pace.
Yeah, I think I know what you mean. I've played so many hours here now. I feel like if I go to any other card room or casino, I'm just gonna feel like kind of out of my comfort zone.
You know,
I know all the dealers here. I know all the players here.
People ask me, they're like, you know, what do you think about stuff? I go, you know, I wouldn't trade in a Bentley to drive a Buick.
That's fair.
You know, as far as from regular cash game spread, I don't play anywhere else. Obviously, tournaments are a different nature with, you know, just different structures and, you know, things of that. You know, I do play around the DFW for those. But, you know, in the cash streets, I'm just here.
So it looks like, wow, a game 7, and Mavericks are up 85-47.
What?
Wow. Well, yeah, because I just saw someone comments like, "What the heck happened to the Phoenix Suns?"
So I saw, and I just
What
kind
a
of
game 7.
I just kind of shut my phone for a second, so I didn't get any auto alerts or anything.
I was just curious because I saw someone's comment. So I'm sorry if I spoiled that for you.
I mean, you know, if I was watching ESPN and you know, I don't know. Sports betting is becoming more common. You know, everyone has the lines, the DraftKings, you know, sponsors. And I was listening to a local radio station on the way up here, and there was some kind of like huge last-minute line swing that like the sharp money actually came in on the Mavs, and sharp money's usually right.
Yeah.
Those guys.
And NBA's rigged. NBA's rigged.
So I mean.
That's so crazy.
Hey,
the bookies know, man. They know.
Dude, the people who set that stuff, so
they have like years of data.
I mean,
right?
there's so much like I mean, now a lot of like the line tracking is done by like learning machine algorithms. Podcast I really like. So Denver is actually, you know, fun fact, is becoming the sports market hub, like of sports betting now, because of the deregulation in Colorado of sports betting,
right?
And the state's like restrictions on how many cell phones you can own and stuff like that. So I mean, it's definitely becoming more commonplace, and you know that should be a sign. You know, as you know, TCH just went through the legal battle that, you know, if there is an actual skill and advantage that removes and limits the gambling factor, it becomes, you know, truly a game of skill. I mean, I think people would say, you know, a thinking game like chess is a game of skill.
For sure.
A fun game, I know a lot of people around here, a thinking game of skill, Magic the Gathering.
For sure. A lot of poker players play Magic the Gathering.
I mean, in Magic the Gathering, someone who's never played, you could give them what, you know, the most valuable or the best, you know, deck setup. And the most seasoned, the best players, you could give them a starter deck, and I would bet them to win 10 out of 10 times.
I agree. Yeah. If you put it against someone that knew nothing about it.
Correct.
For sure.
But right, because that deck is so good, there's the odd chance that, you know, they draw the perfect, you know, limit, whatever,
and
right? That's called
Yeah,
variance.
yeah, for sure. I totally agree with everything you just said there. Yeah, even when we don't have Ben Miney in the live stream, we end up talking about Magic the Gathering somehow.
You know, that's how Ben and I, you know, just started chatting and stuff.
Oh, really?
I was like, you know, there was I talked to him in after probably about 2 months ago, a live stream. You know, some topics came up that were a hot topic that day. And Ben and Bryce, one of the floor managers, were talking like, hey, you know, odd topic here. You don't play Magic the Gathering, do you? And I'm like, bro, I'll get down. I'll dabble with you on some Magic. So
okay, yeah, I'll definitely let Ben know because I know he's been trying to get us to play some vintage.
Yeah,
at his house.
Yeah, Bryce talked about it.
Yeah, you should definitely play with us.
So I dabble in all the trading card games, Pokemon, obviously, Yu-Gi-Oh, and Magic the Gathering, because they're like inverses of each other.
Yeah, totally.
You know, Magic at the highest level of, you know, skill. Yu-Gi-Oh, it's actually become more player dependent than card dependent. It's probably 65-35 now, where I say Magic's 90-10, and Pokemon's the reverse. It hasn't changed since 1997.
It's more casual. It gets younger people to get into it. And at this point, it's more just about collecting the cards now.
Yeah.
People don't even really play it much anymore, right? They're more like base card cards now.
Yeah. And we've had some, few light action pots. The first one in Jello's waking up with ace-king suited of hearts here.
Such a beautiful hand here. I think that's the first
Woodley
ace-king suited.
Woodley just instant calls. We don't know what it is, and I'm not sure if he does either. I seriously did not see him look at his cards.
And we might not know either until the end of the hand.
This is going to be a fun one. Aaron getting a great price with a middling suited connector. I actually, I like flatten with these. Brandon's going to, for $20, completes. And
wow, what a juicy flop here. Top for Jello, bottom pair for Aaron, and open ender for Brandon. And who knows what Woodley has?
This is...
Wow, did Woodley add on here?
Yeah, I told Woodley added on, and Frankie added on as well.
Oh my gosh, Woodley has 3.9K in his stack now. Looking to stack some people. Queen on the turn, a pretty good card actually for Jello to continue betting.
Yeah,
here.
Only Brandon continued open-ended. I think you gotta go bigger than pot size. You gotta polarize. You gotta either say I'm bluffing you, or just send the message, hey, get off the draw. If you want to draw, this is the price.
I think 200 is perfectly fine here.
I personally like a little bigger. Here. I like a little bigger because, right, we've been talking about the overbluffing. You see the overbluff polar bet on the river.
Yeah, I guess a hand like ace, like Jack 10 with a Jack of clubs is almost never folding.
Yeah.
So you could really get a lot of value from by betting the pot.
And Brandon raises him thinking more along my lines and, puts Jello in a tough spot by not leading out bigger. He allows Brandon to take over the betting lead and, kind of control of where this goes now.
Yeah, you never really, I guess, yeah, betting the larger sizing, like you were saying, makes it a lot hard for Brandon to want to raise.
Ace-king is, in what started out as a multi-way pot, is extremely vulnerable to begin with because it starts out multi-way.
It's just going to make the call here.
It's a safe one. Let's see what happens.
Man. $900, almost $900 in the pot now, $1,600 effective. What sizing is Brandon gonna have to bet here to get Jello to fold his ace-king holding here? Is he gonna try to rep a queen here?
I like about 675-ish.
Okay. So you heard from Brandon, 675 from Brandon. It's a little bit less here from Brandon. For Brandon.
Yeah.
Oh, that's kind of, I didn't notice that. Betting 525. And I don't think that's going to get the job done.
He's, light value for a queen. But what kind of queen X combo? Especially.
I mean, Brandon's repping right now. King, queen, set of threes for a turn boat. And not much else. Right, and Jello having the ace-king blocks those some of the combos of king-queen, so it's really what? So 1, 2,
live
one,
read,
2 combos.
He's working it.
Yeah, 2 combos of king-queen. What? 3 combos of pocket threes.
Let's see what happens. He grabs his cards.
And I guess flop.
Is he angle shooting?
There are flop flushes as well, so this is, I mean, not very clear cut for Jello, I guess.
Brandon's already been caught a couple times bluffing tonight. Is this just one of, single pair holding?
Yeah, and I think you kind of go into the same thought process as me. I don't really like to play massive pots like this with one pair. Unless you really think against an opponent like Brandon, though, this is probably one of the few opponents. Him and Woodley, right?
Yeah, of course. They're the two most likely to get out of line. And, this is perfectly fine for Jello, reworking. This is a complex situation. I think he's working it. He almost folded, and I think he's reworking it through. And what is he, calling with to continue? And he makes the right call. He works it through, and he catches him. Nice job, Jack.
Yeah, well played there by Jack. Nice call. Not an easy spot at all for Jello there, but he makes the right decision.
So if you guys will notice, there's a line out here on the outside. I would guess, that's kind of a traditional betting line outline. Jello went to kind of move his cards forward, if you will. Some other streams had some issues with some tossing of cards recently, moving forward. I don't think in any stretch that could ever be even remotely described as he might been mucking his cards or trying to do an angle shoot there.
He just didn't know what he wanted to do. Yeah.
He was thinking about tossing it, and he may have gotten an active live tell, and he held back, and he took the time. And this is why, right, you don't call clock on people in certain situations.
Yeah, you wouldn't want clock called on you if you were in that
needed
spot.
to be able to think through it, and once he thought through it, the only hands that make sense to continue and bet and check raise the turn don't connect on the river. They brick out.
Yeah.
And once he worked through that, he made the right call, and, that's a tough call.
Yeah, and I guess when I said there's set of threes in Brandon's range, on that kind of board texture, set of threes probably check raise, or probably raise flop, right? So he probably removed the set of threes.
It went check to him. They need to bet aggressively, right? Because a set of threes is extremely vulnerable to that board.
Yeah, well, no, Jello bet flop. So I think a set of threes.
I thought he checked out we can go back and look at it.
He definitely bet flop, and I think set of threes would definitely raise.
Yeah, they have to because there's just too much danger
Bottom
out
set,
there.
yeah, bottom set you got to. So I think Jello might have removed set of threes from Brandon's range there. So he really only put him on flop flushes, which is obviously very hard to do, and a random queen.
Aaron calling with ace-6 suited limp. Under the gun, you want to limp and evaluate. It's an old Doug Polk tournament strategy when you have like a hand that can make a nutted hand, and there's a lot of limp activity. It applies to like the 8-6 of spades right there, or if you had a hand like ace-8 of hearts, right, you can make a nut flush, especially when there's a lot of action. With Woodley to his left, he knows Woodley's the VPIP. If he wants to get in here like this, he can close the action behind Woodley. I think that's a really undervalued spot. Particularly something, I'm trying to utilize more.
Yeah, I think there's definitely room for a limping strategy, especially in very aggressive rooms like TCH.
So Daniel Negreanu, talks about like differences between poker and cash. Quite frequently. That's like probably the most common.
Tournament and cash.
Yeah, games like what at the highest level, like what are the biggest differences? And someone asked him, and he's like, well, in a cash game, do you have a limping range? And he goes, you need every type of range to be the best balanced player you could be in any situation. Yeah. Of course I have a limping range.
I tend to agree with that.
That's why many I don't right, it's subjective who's the best poker player. It's like saying who's the greatest basketball player of all time. There's no criteria or anything like that.
And there's different generations.
But
right?
nobody would argue that he's one of the best poker players on the planet.
Sure.
And if he's spending time to develop a limping range to keep him ahead of the best players in the world.
Yeah, then all of us should probably be doing that. Too.
Yeah,
totally
because,
agree.
He's playing in some of these cash games where it's 1,000, 2,000, type situation with, billionaires who, they're just out there to best people in a competitive environment. For him, it's his livelihood, potentially. So you have to develop strategies for different environments. It's not...
Oh, wow, what a turn card here. Excuse me, sir. As Woodley turns 2 pair, giving Brandon a gutter ball to a 5. And now rivering a full house for Woodley, going runner, full house.
And I like Woodley's $500 overbet. He's probably not going to get paid for much.
I think with any other
player, but he's
if Brandon had like any other holding here, like with any ace, I think he's calling. It's just such a.
But right, Woodley, he's like, hey, this is the true definition of polarization. I either have it or I don't.
I think Brandon was just really worried to see the 7 deuce shown from Woodley there, but Woodley there
He's gonna binge watch the whole thing.
Gonna,
Way back.
gonna keep this
I mean, he has the effective nuts there, and, you know, based on the kind of situation.
only loses the aces full, really.
It just makes me feel.
Seven's full. Yeah, like most part, and I mean, like we can say that because we know that Brandon's holding the 7 right there. You know, I was talking to somebody else before the stream started today, and you know, I was watching a hand as I was getting ready to come in, and he was like, "What did you think of my river bet there?" And I was like, you know, I go, you know, the only thing I actually think you missed value that you're missing by not betting bigger, period, because if they're going to call an 80% pop bet, they're definitely going to call 100 to 110, 120. And once they show that propensity, you know, as an exploitative manner, you know, double pot, triple pot, right? You know, once they get called and you have it and you see a bluff,
and I guess to the viewers out there, this is really dependent on the actual player, right?
Yeah,
you
and
should be.
because
That's
of
why you
that-
should be noticing all the correlations and everything.
This is a great dynamic tonight. This is a good group, a really good lineup.
Grandma getting out of line here.
Oh,
getting a little bored.
Grandma's going to gamble. Casey with the best of right now, pocket 10s. And I think
Woodley's in a flop top pair, good kicker.
when's the last hand Woodley sat out of? I wonder what his VPIP statistics are.
He's probably playing like 70% of hands.
I mean, he's running, you know, high variance play has, you know, high variance rewards.
You know, and you know, with how many hands Woodley's been playing tonight, this might get him looked up here.
I mean, at least for the 50.
And if he feels like he's way ahead here, I wouldn't mind a check.
Yeah.
I like this a lot. I like the check on the turn, and now he can just bet pretty big here. Oh, he checks again.
He's going to
Interesting.
see if he can induce a bluff since...
I think I would have liked a lead out on the river more, but this is going to get the job done
I
here.
actually like the check because...
You like check more? Okay.
You know, he's thinking, right, he doesn't have jacks, queens, kings. Like, my hand is good, and I thought Woodley would raise there, and I like the speed roll.
Yeah, I guess on almost every street, he did exactly the opposite of what we thought.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah, I mean, I really like the check on the turn because if he had a hand like ace, king, or excuse me, like 9s or 10s, like exactly he had, then
You know,
it's hard for him to get another value on that turn. But if checking deck that turn gives him a better opportunity to get value on the river.
I'm going to ask Woodley, you know, after the stream ends, about that situation. Because he lost such a big pot to him, was he potentially a little gun-shy?
Oh, where he had an overpair?
Or
Yeah.
Jack-King?
Yeah.
Because he
Ace
showed
Jack, yeah.
Ace-Jack, but Casey showed propensity early on to call off Ace-7 offsuit in a position I don't think either of you are necessarily call or play, right? You know, big pot with my favorite hand, the pocket jacks.
I think from what I've noticed so far,
Grandma's
Casey
ace
seems to be
king.
pretty. He can be pretty loose pre-flop, but on flop, turn, and river streets, he plays pretty straightforward.
Yeah.
So I guess that makes sense why he would want to just check river as well. Just worried
Yeah.
that he's getting the value on himself against a better jack.
Well, and I mean, Casey's a pretty, you know, seasoned 1-2 streets here, which, you know, most would say it's different than any 1-2 anywhere else in the world. And right in the entry to see a flop and play post flop is because of, you know, the style that's played here.
Oh wow, Woodley now with a real hand here.
And
Four with 1,600 effective from Grandma with ace king. This could get dangerous here. And I've seen Grandma put in the 4-bet before with ace king on a previous stream, so she might want to do this, especially against a very aggressive opponent like
Oh,
Woodley.
did you hear him? They're egging her on dead money from Woodley, and Woodley, you know, the rare time he's got it.
160. Well, no, you're good. You can do 150 actually.
So raised 12, raised to 80 is 68. 68 plus, yeah, she can't do 150.
I would flat in Woodley's position. It's Grandma, you know, with what you were talking about, you've seen it in the past. You know, you want to see what the flop is and play a little post flop.
Let's see what the flop brought. King high flop. Top for Grandma. Woodley hates seeing that king there.
You know, I don't mind a check and a little risk versus reward playing Woodley style in his face, a check there. You know, as some people say, for deception and pot control.
Especially when it's a 4-bet
Yeah.
pot. It's
Well,
hard
in
to
a
get,
you know,
4-bet pot's hard to get value from
but she
queens.
bets uber small for $75 in case he has an odd, you know, squirrely pair of sixes.
4-bet pot, yeah. I'd either be tempted to check on the flop or turn, try to get
I like
two
her.
streets
I like
of
her
value.
quarter size here.
Yeah, 4-bet very small.
I like her quarter sizing because Woodley is the player who has shown the propensity to, you know, potentially pawn off some of his stack. And, you know, the aggression rewards him. But we said this at the very start of the stream, pocket pairs are hard to fold. You know, you have some feeling of attachment to them.
Oh, wow. That is quite.
And there's, you know, the slightest potential that Grandma might have a hand like ace-5 of clubs, right? Very, very unlikely. I don't think we've seen Grandma 4-bet with that kind of holding.
No, I mean,
Or maybe ace-queen.
you know, she's literally played perfect poker from any angle you look at it and avoided any area she could be exploited, and even continue the quarter size bet. She's either knows she's good if he just flats, which by now, you know, as long as there's no queen, jack, or 10, she should know she's good.
Now brings in the one-liner. 5 makes a straight now.
She's
So-
holding the ace, the most important piece to it. You know, I think she should go half pot here for max value. I think
man, if she gets value on every single street here, that would be.
I think she could have gone a little bigger, but I think this Woodley's going to call.
So annoyed. So annoying.
You know, betting is sizing. Even on this board, a hand like King Queen has a lot of tough time to fold. King Queen, King Jack, which is, you know.
Should have just folded on the flop.
You are correct, Woodley. You know, that's something I mentioned earlier, you know, that Grandma previously did. She removed herself from, you know, difficult
spot,
exposure positions.
Now you put so much money in the middle, you're getting an insane price. And now it's just like
It's 250. It's
250 to win
1,000.
1,200.
Yeah, on 1,000 return. That's everyone goes by, you know, how it does the online pot. I always go by your return, like profit you're getting back. That's a good fold though by Woodley.
And
Took
Grandma
him to-
profiting $400 now, up to 2K inner stack now. Nice hand for her.
With no add-ons, I
Oh,
believe.
Exactly.
I believe no add-ons.
Yeah, she doubled up early on in the PLO bomb pot through Rosie, and it's just been running it up since then from the $500 buy-in.
I'm sure we could, you know, post analysis. The Next Gen boys will do it. You know, it'd be interesting to see, you know, who's going to profit the most from this. MVP got to be Grandma. Just again, does a smart thing in 4-betting too, because if she doesn't 4-bet and narrow her what she has, if she just flats, I think he can get away from it much quicker because it could potentially go multi-way and he's beat. Grandma waking up with a Queen Jack suited of diamonds, +1.
Good spot to open up here, I think. Raise to 15.
This is actually a hand I like to. This is in my limping range
Your
strategy
limping
type
range.
deal because it plays so well multi-way.
Right, you
You
just
don't mind calling any which way, 3-bet. You know, it just doesn't matter, right? Versus what Brandon just did, it doesn't have any feel to it. You know, if you hit a king, you know, you're worried about your kicker. You know, where your queen is at the top outside of ace queen, you know, queen king, you know, you're not really worried about much. And typically people 3-bet.
Oh, and she ended up folding, actually. But like you said, remove yourself from hard situations. So she was just looking to get in there cheaply and play a multi-way pot with it.
Right, and that's why it's in my limping range, because you don't expose yourself. But, you know, it's pretty. Right? Just fold. Don't want to put yourself in uncomfortable situations. She's relaxed. I mean, she dwindled her stack down by $15, where the previous hand, Woodley, dwindled his by
400,
you know,
yeah.
Yeah, he didn't call, so yeah, $1,000 pot. So 15 versus 500, you know,
Pretty simple.
Bracken Robert's saying, I want one of the next gen guys to win a big pot and stand up and toss the cap. That would be pretty funny. And as you say that, Rosie here limping in with the pocket fours.
My second favorite hand.
Pocket fours?
Yeah, pocket fours. The fake aces. I don't know who's made the mistake before of you peel an ace and a 4 behind it, and you think it's pocket aces, and you make the bonehead move to do that.
Interesting spot here as Jello just decides to call and a cutoff with a very strong holding with pocket 10s and a cutoff. I mean, definitely a good spot here. Could have 3-bet, but now Brandon can put in 3-bet with the ace king of hearts.
I think Jello being familiar with Rosie's play and why is he limping? He's trying to set line. If you watch any of the videos, right, knowing him so well, that's a predictability piece. You know, haha, I've got a bigger one. Let's see if we could maybe get into a big pot. It also, he knows Woodley's still potential to act behind
Woodley's
him.
aggressive and Brandon's aggressive behind. So now Jello with a very good holding here. Maybe he might put in the back 4-bet. I don't know about that, but this is going to call, I think. And play in position against a very aggressive opponent from Brandon. 1K effective. Pocket 10s against ace king of hearts.
And if anybody heard the beginning, you know, this is, if you look at the pre-flop favorites, 57. Rosie, set of 4s.
Oh, man.
Rest in peace. To win pots, you got to continue in pots.
Yeah, but I mean, he could never just limp call 152.
You know, stranger things have been done.
That's true.
You know, and to stay balanced every once in a while, you know, a strategic, unorthodox line. And I mean, they practice this stuff, you know.
Oh, interesting. 3 on the turn, brings a one-liner. Any 7, any deuce makes a straight.
I mean,
and now Brandon size a bit out here, but I don't think Jello can fold just yet.
This is how a lot of people stack off with ace-king, right? They feel the pressure because it's such a premium holding. You know, to continue betting.
I mean, yeah, and this board does favor Jello's range a lot more.
Honestly,
so I think I like checking again on the turn.
Jello should be narrowing his to ace-king at this point.
Oh!
And by just right, he's going to check back. Yeah, he lost the minimum. A lot of people would have, you know, raised him there. You know, Jello, again, being smart, because, you know, he's betting out, his range becomes so, you know, in that multi-way narrowing down. It goes from
kings,
very
queens,
wide.
ace king,
Yeah, I mean, it's literally a combination of, you know, 5-6 hands type deal. And it's a lot smarter in that situation for someone who may bluff it off to, you know,
just
take the
low.
Yeah,
Bluffing, yep.
your head's up. You get to act last. And when he fires off, I mean, you know he made it. You know, people who have a propensity to bluff, and when they've been bluffing and they hit it on the river, you know, just kind of reactionary, you have that relief, and you kind of change, and that's kind of a live, you know, poker dynamics thing. And, you know, Brandon, you know, he just kind of rips it off there, and easy fold.
Evan A says, Jello should have bet the flop there. What do you think about that? If once check 2 on the flop. I mean, because that board does favor his range a lot more than the pre-flop 3-better. No, you're not wanting to give any free overcards to the board. I mean, I tend to agree with him. Like, if I have 10s there on that board, I'm pretty much betting there.
Yeah, I think that's, you know, the biggest mistake. But at the same time, he's taking into account who's the person in the pot.
For sure.
And the last thing you want to do is put in a bet on the flop.
And get raised.
In that situation, because
and that's one of those spots where I don't know how balanced Brandon is with his ace king and aces hands. Because
from what we've seen tonight, it doesn't appear that way.
Yeah.
And I will say,
because I mean, I think you and I a lot of the time on that board, on that flop, we also check our aces and kings. Right?
Oh, for sure. Yeah. I mean, what do you? I mean, I would check back aces pretty frequently there. You just, right, if you just blast off with aces and you get bit back at, you have to, you know, you have to 3-bet them in that situation.
Because they could have the straight drop
you're either getting stacks in, or you're getting them to fold out at that point. You know, the 10s are a little tougher spot. I don't, you know, I'm sure they'll stick it like they do, you know, after all the streams, they'll stick it in the solver and, you know, kind of analyze it a little.
Yeah, because I know you and I, if we're 3-betting there, we're definitely checking our entire range on that flop as the pre-flop 3-better.
Yeah, except
Out
if
of
it's
position.
4-8 offsuit, you know, my guard.
You're you're just firing away. But I tend to, you know, balance my play, you know, with
It's
ace,
tough.
king, ace, queen,
It's
to check
tough
aces and
because-
kings on that flop as well.
You know, I was out talking to a buddy about a hand. You know, we like to kind of sit and watch, you know, from afar here and see if we can pick up what's going on. And when you're not in the hand, even if you don't see the cards, it's so simpler to see the progression develop. But when you're there in the moment and you're scrutinizing yourself, here's a raise to 15 from Casey. Daniel with the pocket jacks.
Just going to call.
Flat. Gonna.
Oh, no. He 3-bets. He 3-bets.
Okay. Just the action tracker. It looks like it's just kind of sliding out a little.
Evan A's asking, yeah, but would you check raise that flop with aces? Probably not. I'm just check calling aces, I think, on that
It
flop.
depends on how deep we're sitting, to be honest.
You can't, but you can throw some check raise every now and then. I think.
Yeah, you can.
yeah.
I mean, right, the whole point of staying in balance is to keep people continuously guessing on you,
Yep.
so you can put them in tough spots. So, you know, you can disguise bluffs and, you know, when you have it, Rosie's going to just, was that just like a cold 4-bet to 130?
Oh, wow. And Rosie been waiting for a hand all night. This has got to be, you know, screaming premium to Daniel. Daniel's already lost.
Let's see how much he's been paying attention.
He's already lost a big pot with jacks before,
Yeah.
so let's see what happens here.
I mean, you didn't limp over call jacks to fold, I guess. I mean, that's why you limp over call them. But
And this might get Daniel to give Rosie the full double up. Pretty dry flop here.
I would check this if I'm Rosie to, you know, relinquish a little. Maybe represent an ace-king type hand right here, part of his range.
Yeah, 4-bet pre-flop from Rosie. Very rarely is it not ace, king, kings, queens, or aces. So, obviously, between those holdings, more holdings of ace, king than queens, jack, queens, kings, and aces.
If he gets a safe card here,
Oh, yeah. That's going to kill all the action.
yeah, it's potentially going to go check, because ace-king just got there. And that's why I like the check on the flop, because those cards are out. No cards can come to scare you. Alice Acuna, ouch. Check. Yeah. Let's see if Daniel maybe tries to continue now.
Both players hated that turn card for sure. So let's see how Rosie navigates this river card.
I like a jam. You know, to me that would send the message of I don't have a king. If you got one, so be it. May look like a, you know, bluff-inducing type deal, and it goes check, check. You know, Rosie's very cautious, right? Again, you know, he can check call.
$270 there.
You know, he's getting probably close to half of his, his original buy-in back, and yeah, Ragnar Overby, absolute action killer.
All right, we got 193 likes so far. About an hour left in our stream. Let's try to hit that 300 like goal. 100 more likes. We got 438 viewers. I think we can do that. Don't you think, Brandon?
Yeah, that's totally doable. And, you know, just reading this comment here from Evan Ace, block bet from Rosie. That's actually a good point. Blocker bets are kind of difficult concept. You see a lot of vloggers talk about them. You know, it's something that's carrying over into cash from tournament play. You know, blocker bets are used when you kind of want to get to showdown. You think you might be middling holding, but you know, you kind of name your price is how it's explained. It's kind of like, it's got a different use in a cash game. It's more about saying, you know, you want to kind of like have a little disguise hidden in there of like trying to call off, but it's just, for me, it's a difficult concept to explain of, you know, what it is from tournament to cash. But I actually agree with that.
I mean, I think when it goes check on the turn, I think there's still a lot of hands you can get value from with a like a quarter-sized bet on the river.
See, as the
you don't think so?
as the 4-better, with it being Rosie and his reputation,
He has all the aces or ace kings.
yeah, every ace king is in his range. If you're him, you're just looking out for queens, kings, aces on the boards. You know, you're not really worried about any, you know, maybe a set of 10s. No action cards on the river here. Let's see.
It's been chop pot between Frankie and Grandma for this showdown, both with ace high.
Frankie's gonna bet at it. 30. I think Grandma, you know, makes the call potentially, and if she does, I don't mind Daniel mixing it up and, you know, going for a potential raise, and we all know Woodley might. Gets her off the chop.
And no one wants to try to go for a bluff here, and ace high's gonna take it down. It was the best hand.
Nice hand, Frankie. Yeah, that's one of those, right? Bet small. If you get raised on, you can easily get out of it. Grandma didn't want to break her perfect showdown record with the tie.
Nice. No, we were chopping, but I wanted to.
Yeah. Make it fun.
Or get you out of there.
I might have to call with an ace there.
Yeah, Peyton Palama. Sorry again if I butcher your name. Yeah, I agree with your thought. You know, when you limp overcall, you know, you're worried about the aggressive players behind you. And honestly, because of the order of position there, you know, Rosie's going to be last to act. And he wakes up with a monster. And, you know, if you limp there because, you know, a lot of people get scared with jacks. You know,
Did he limp? I thought he raised.
No, he limped. He limp called. Sorry. Someone else had opened, I believe, to 15 beforehand, and he flat called. KC opened to 15.
He 3-bet the 40. If he did 3-bet.
Okay, he did a small 3-bet.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I don't like that sizing, right? You invited Woodley into the hand with, I mean, what's been kind of a mixed standard opening at 30. Yeah, see, 30's been kind of, they've had kind of a non-standard opening of 20, 30, 45 even occasion.
Oh, wow, an interesting flop here.
Rosie flops the joint.
Wow, Rosie flops the absolute nuts, and Woodley has top 2 pair. Wow, and with Woodley betting into Rosie, this is a drain spot for Rosie. I'm just
I would
try to get all the money in now.
I would not try to get it all in right now. I would check raise him.
Or yeah, I mean, I'm raising. I mean, I'm trying to get as much money as possible.
Right, because in general, right, flop flush, especially right here, flatting just should scream red flags. I like an all in. You know, his stacks. Let's just, you know.
Calls. And there's potential. Oh no.
And board pairs.
That would have been a trip 7s there for Brandon. Check from Woodley, and
it's an action killer, right? If
for
he had
both
a
players.
7.
Yeah. Ace King now beating Woodley. Oh no, sorry. Oh my gosh. Brandon would have been runner boat.
7 deuce.
Oh my gosh.
And he's kicking himself, staying loose to play 7 deuce. I mean,
check again from Woodley now. Rosie needs to go for some value here.
I mean, Woodley's still got top 2. I mean, I still like now 3/4 pot. I think he missed out.
Yeah, I really do think if he raised flop there, Woodley probably would have jammed over him.
Yeah, as a more likely a one-outer of a ace of hearts, you know, or a king of hearts, excuse me, type holding. And, you know, he's going to elect for a small, yeah.
Oh, it's so sick. I folded 7.
Yeah, I'd be so
I folded 7 deuce. He's going to rip it over the top of it.
I was so terrified with 7 deuce, dude. I was so scared.
I literally had 7 deuce.
I thought, because he bet huge in the flop, didn't he? I was like, that smells like 7 deuce.
Oh my god.
Oh man, that's insane. Yeah, I mean, I really think Rosie missed out on some value there. I mean, he's still in the best hand. I really think he could have gotten a full double there if he raised the flop. You know, raise flop, and then once with the jams, you have an easiest snap
that's
call.
why I said, you know, just you got to jam it.
Or just, yeah, like I said, or just jam, yeah.
Because, right, like he's saying, I've got ace-king with the ace of hearts, redraw. And, you know, Woodley's going to snap that off. I mean, monotone boards it's so rare at flop flush in general.
Absolutely, yeah.
And
like you said, ace king with the king of hearts. Gel here, we're going to limp in with the pocket deuces.
This
fold around here. Brandon going to raise with the pocket threes.
Got a potential cooler brewing.
I did see one deuce folded and one three folded, so only one of each left in the deck now.
Rosie for 15.
And there's the last three. So no more threes left in the deck for Brandon to hit his set with. But he doesn't know that.
Casey calling ace-5. Yeah, with that many people, I like just closing the action there. And
9-7-5 flop here.
Aaron
going with the best hand with a second pair holding.
Brandon's gonna show no fear. Does Rosie want to play $30 to gamble? I don't mind the flat there. You're drawn to backdoor pretty much everything. Aaron's going to fold the best hand as of right now.
Ace on the turn. I think gives someone two pair, I believe.
Casey's got two pair, and Brandon's no longer getting out of line.
Casey now with a very clear spot to
this board's
bet for value.
So dynamic. I actually don't mind a deceiving check back right here. Not much is beating you at that point.
Other than like a flop straight.
Yeah, I don't think you're. Right, he bets out. He's getting folds. You know, that's it. What value is to be had from worse at that point? You know, his hand is so under-repped and so strong. But I mean, it never hurts to take down the pot and not see a card.
Yeah, get sucked out on the river.
Yeah.
Appreciate it.
No problem. So, being the first time on this side, I will say you hear the player chatter a lot better than over the stream.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, I've noticed that too.
Being here, you know, like obviously in close proximity, you know, it's definitely a different perspective, you know, hearing the banter. I will say, you know, my thought on this is I don't think they even realize with how, you know, how much action's been going on that they're on a stream anymore at this point.
Yeah, and I'll say this from personal experience too. When I've played on it so many times now, you kind of just forget that you're on live stream when you played it enough. The only time I've really noticed is when I have when I look down at the cards. The cards look so different. It's like, oh, why are these cards so thick and look so different? And we got some action develop here. Brandon putting in the 4-bet here to $330 and going to be shown the 7 deuce.
Rosie. You know, Brandon was pretty upset about the runner boat. Got it dealt again pretty quickly.
And there's no way he was folding it, right? Yeah.
You know, and a lot of times, you know, Rosie is the right person to do that against. In close proximity, him going for a 7 deuce again, I mean, I would just pay him my money at that point. It's, you know, nice job. That's like the opposite of getting hit by the deck, but for the 7 deuce game.
Yeah, Red Rory mentioning aggressive play on a monotone flop makes it look like you're trying to push folks off of a 4-card flush draw. Rosie should have overbet the flop in his opinion. Yeah, I mean, that's the kind of what we were saying.
Yeah.
Yeah, you kind of rep those hands like top pair.
Top
draw,
in that situation with
or
the flush
aces
redraw.
even.
Yeah.
Still played aces or a set. Like, so many hands are shoving that flop.
Bottom
right?
set.
Yeah. Well, I guess a set would he be losing to, but he's never folding top 2 pair.
Yeah, I mean, he can still outdraw him.
Yeah.
Queen 9. If I've got a double flush draw board.
2 spades, 2 hearts in Aaron's hand, trying to hit his flush draw now. 7 going to break it out for everybody, and let's see what wins it here. Woodley actually the best hand right now. And will Aaron try to turn his hand to a bluff? And it looks like he will. But you know how sticky Woodley is. But wow, he makes the fold. I guess maybe realizing that Aaron hasn't really played many hands.
And he shows a fun bluff. I don't know if that was the right opportunity to show a bluff into a $46 pot.
Yeah.
Aaron just loves the game. You know, he's excited he got a bluff through. He didn't know that, you know, King High was the best hand at that juncture. You know, it's like you think you're bluffing and you get called off and somehow you have the best hand. But, you know, aggression versus being passive. On the holdem street, you know, I definitely favor the aggressive route.
Wow, and your favorite hand again here. Pocket jacks a lot here tonight.
Ironic, my first time in the booth.
Yeah.
Just
it's
how many times it's been dealt. And, you know, it's been...
Oh, no. And Casey here raising 35. Daniel calling in between here. Woodley with ace-queen.
Let's see if he
wow,
can...
and I think Aaron might have overplayed his hand a little bit here.
I think he made the right move because if he flats, Woodley would call.
Yeah, but I mean, he didn't know Woodley had a hand that he could call
exactly.
with.
You don't want Woodley to wake up something for a cheap price like that. I actually like the jam.
I mean, he could have made it like 150 or something, you know, 150, 175.
Yeah, and again, right, like, you know, Aaron's personality gets very excited because it's an exciting situation to, you know, get to just, you know, jam rip into someone.
Jaden Scott, thanks for the sub. And, you know, fortunately for him, Casey actually has a hand that he can call him with, so. And he does make the call, and Aaron is poised to win a $928 pot here.
They're negotiating going over once or twice, and this is why I just table my cards, and I say I always go twice, but whatever you want.
Oh, man, and Woodley's going to see the bad news. He would have flopped top pair, good kicker.
And that's why you jam, you know, in that situation. You avoid the bullet, you know, fear. Jack
Twice they're going to run it.
Getting some, you know, real low boards here, minus the ace. Nice hand, Aaron.
And Aaron's going to get the full double up. Congratulations to him. Finally getting some luck on his side. Casey running into it.
Casey's had a pretty good night with the jet, you know.
Fortunately for him, Aaron has a shorter stack, so.
You know, and he wanted to see a flop, and he didn't flop a set of jacks this time. And if you guys can't hear it, again, as I said, it's a huge kind of, you know, benefit of being in here. They're discussing it. Woodley's, you know, just kicking himself for not gambling on it. Because I imagine he would have run it once knowing that, and he would have scooped both, potentially. Aaron plays a lot of tournaments around here and around the state of Texas. I ran into him at a different tournament series. And
who?
Aaron.
Oh, Aaron.
Yeah.
Oh, and now ace king for KC.
If there's any time to limp and frustration, but he's going to elect to open big, you know, cap his range after the jack's hand, so. Even Woodley folds his 2 cards.
Ace king versus ace king action here. Do we have any free roll suits? No, they completely have different suits. And Brandon with ace jack gonna let it go. Grandma with the 9-5. Gonna make the fold, of course.
Kind of shocked to see Brandon let the ace jack for $70 or $100 go. You know,
just makes the call.
You don't see too many 4-bets outside of big pocket pairs at a 1-3 game. But this type of board is why you want to put in the 4-bet.
I think in position, it's fine to mix in some just calls every now and then. But
yeah.
If I were out of position, I'm definitely more leaning towards the 4-bet.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Bet at 60 now. I don't think you can fold ace king now. Still ahead of a lot of holdings here. 7-8. Very well within Frankie's 3-bet bluff range.
Ironically, who was between them? They had 7-8 of diamonds.
Oh, yeah, you're right.
I like driving.
9 on the turn now. I don't think.
We'll see who gets who off the chop.
Yeah, this should be a chop pot if they get to showdown, but now
Frankie's got to rep 6s or better pairs. He's got to continue.
he could still represent, hands like aces, kings, and queens, but once it gets checked here, it's gonna be tough to get any more value or any hands to fold.
You're scared of an over or something. Yeah, I mean, if he bets big, I think he could potentially avoid the chop, and he's going to wave the white flag.
And it's going to be a chop pot.
Unless if Casey goes for it. If Casey goes for it, maybe, I've seen Frankie change in his game up. We'll see if he goes to maybe put in a river check raise.
Casey's wondering if he wants to turn his hand into the bluff, but I think he just has too much showdown value.
Yeah.
Classic ace-king chop.
And every dealer's favorite activity, handing out a chop pot.
Hockey is the hardest sport.
100%. Now, I'm sure the barriers.
Oh, shout out to the guys on the stream for saying hockey's the hardest sport. Definitely my favorite sport outside of golf.
I gotta go run to the restroom real quick.
Yeah,
Do you need any water or anything?
Yeah, water, please. All right, guys, Derek's leaving me solo. As soon as he leaves the room, it's just me for the next little bit. Giving some love to Amber, our dealer.
26 under par. 26. The one with the minus 26.
Aaron's talking about the Craig Ranch recent golf tournament, the PGA Tour stop that was here. What Aaron doesn't know, failed to mention, the Byron is the largest charity fundraiser for the PGA Tour, and it has been designed to be an easy golf course so the professionals can partake in heavy charity-relating activities, and that's why pros, who are the best, score so low during the Byron. Not a well-known fact out there. Woodley Flats with the Doyle. Frankie raises to 25. Aaron with a totally playable 9-10. Calls. Any of each other's cards help each other. Obviously, Woodley's got the 10 there. He's thinking about getting squirrely with the Doyle. And he does put in the call. And Frankie flops the piece to Broadway. He's going to continuation. I like the C-bet. I mean, he's got all aces, kings, it really smashes his range. And nice hand, Frankie. And before Derek left to run to the restroom, he didn't explain that I could do the same during the stream, so I am going to go.
Oh. Sorry, man.
No, that's right. I would have shown.
Hope everyone's having a wonderful Sunday evening. We got about 30 minutes left in our stream. Let's try to hit that 300 like goal by the end of the stream. There's over 300 of y'all in here, so if everybody just clicks that like button once, we could definitely do it. We're going to limp in with the pockets 5s. Aaron raising 35. Jello electing to fold the 7 deuce and not participate in the 7 deuce game. Grandma with the 10-3 of clubs. Most likely going to let it go. And now Rosie 3-betting the 150 from the big line of the ace jack of spades. Like this play a lot. You can get a lot of, trash hands out of the mix here with this squeeze play here. And, Woodley likes to play pots against Rosie, especially in position. Might just make the call here, but probably felt like he was just way too behind here.
I was sorry, if you were not in there, I would have called mine.
I had a better hand than 7.
When you call, dude, it's too flop. Nah. Let's see it.
Bless you.
And I almost forgot, you know, this is usually Ben's thing to do. But I would like to hear where everybody is watching here from this evening, this fine Sunday evening. Put in the chat where you're watching from, and I'll shout them out. Let's see it in the chat. Got about 444 people watching right now. Love to see everybody interacting in the chat, being all friendly with everybody. All right, we got here JTN 1968, one of our regulars here from Tulsa, Oklahoma. Starting us off here, and let's start seeing them flow in the chat here. Where are you watching from? 874, 2 diamonds. Grandma with a jack high flush draw. Daniel with backdoor hearts, and with the mystery hand here.
Not sure, I could have missed more than that.
Grandma's gonna turn a flush here against Woodley's top pair. I mean, with Willie betting 200 on the flop.
I'm coming back, missing a little bit of it.
Yeah, it's kind of an interesting spot here. I mean, Woodley, Grandma was the pre-flop 3-better, but Woodley decided to lead out into Grandma.
Wow, what Grandma 3-bet with Jack 9 suited.
Okay, all right. So we know she's capable of it.
You know, it's a strong right. It plays well post flop.
Kind of a small 3-bet pre-flop, but you know.
Honestly, if Grandma would 3-bet me 3-pot in Woodley's position, I would just fold. You know, I would give her the respect. And you know, this is how you get big payouts. Is you know, you get some, you know, kind of marginal quality holding, like a Jack 9 suited at the bottom of your 3-betting range. And honestly, a hand that I would fold in most situations personally. You know, you make a pair
And wow, we got quite a sub-train going here. Nicholas Gomez, Brian Jackson, Andre Benales, and Viserage. Thank you for the subs, appreciate it. And wow, Woodley gonna fold the top pair on the turn here, really giving Grandma, you know, a better an ace or a flush there.
You know, Woodley asked him, you know, what is she repping right there?
Yeah.
When has she not had it when she's made aggressive moves?
No, for sure.
And you know, Grandma's doing her game. You know, it would be awesome if she had just flipped over 7 deuce there.
All right, and let's see here. We got Tulsa, Oklahoma, Panama, Oklahoma, Arkansas, Royce City, Farmland, Indiana, Northwest Ohio, Lone Star State, down the street, watching from table 5 at TCH. Hey, that's right.
Nice.
Awesome. Burlington, Washington, Northwest Arkansas, Irondale, Missouri, Antarctica, sure. Las
Thanks to all the new
Vegas.
subscribers
Been
tonight,
watching
guys.
Next Gen since they started shaving. Oh my gosh. In Austin, Texas, Australia. Appreciate everybody participating in this evening's Where You Watching From. Thank you all so much. Best
And
chat in the
for
business.
those joining late, this is the Discord group live stream. The link to join is on their
Pretty much any
Instagram
description
page.
box on all the YouTube videos.
It's, you know, if you've got a smartphone, it's pretty easy to access. It'll send you to their Patreon, which will tie you into the Discord. It's like on the lowest end, $5 It helps to pay for the outrageously expensive Discord server and keep it going. I'm a member. It's so much fun, you know, getting to talk with everybody. Obviously, I'm here locally to play with the guys, so the needles are extra special. Brandon's gonna river a 10-eye flush here and just kind of take down a marginal pot.
But yeah, I mean, so you've got a lot of use out of the Patreon thing, right? And the Discord group.
You know, it's like, especially because they're on their journey. And, you know, in poker, it's really easy to get competent if you put in the effort. You know, if you're at a 0, to say go to an 80. Pretty quickly, like they have. I mean, especially, you know, we were talking before the stream started, the last year, just watching videos from a year ago to today, the difference in their game and improvement. You know, people have to remember they're young men, just graduating college. You know, they haven't played a million hands yet. They haven't had that kind of, like, anything that you're good at, like a Daniel Negreanu, just a repetition factor.
Yeah.
You know, exploitative strategy is, I mean, it's a difficult concept, you know. That's why, you know, you see a lot of Euros strictly grind online where you can, you know, maybe or maybe not ghost and use RTA and, you know, a bunch of other things, but I mean,
raise the 40 here from KC, the 7 deuce. I'm trying to take a 7 deuce bounty.
Let's see.
Aaron having none of it here.
Is it blind versus blind, or is the 7 deuce on the button?
7 deuce is on the button.
Good spot to find the 7 deuce. Aaron's going to defend his small blind there. Maybe just a deep soul read from Aaron. And if you want to win it, just rip it. I mean, that's just a board that. I mean, no ace, you know, what value's been had, right? Oh, and he's going to show the 7 deuce. And Aaron.
I was gonna min raise and see what I was at. I was gonna min raise it. I had queen jack.
Oh boy.
Aaron kicking himself with some post-play analysis there.
Oh, do I have to?
Should we?
You gonna take it off on him?
I don't know. However y'all been doing it.
If he complains, I'll pay him.
You know, we were talking about how just like crazy deep this game built up so quickly. One of my friends here grinding out on a table. I looked over his table and I looked at the chip count, and it was one of the, before I went in, deeper 2-5 games running, and some people have gone and left, but this might be deeper than any outside of, you know, some of the guys who play the 5-10 that I saw they formed, you know, a smaller game up towards the front now since we started. I'd be willing to. This might be the second deepest game going on in the room right now.
Yeah, no, I tend to agree with you. Yeah, there's some pretty deep stacks here, even for a 2-5 game.
I even tracked him. What's it, 15? 20?
20.
Uh-oh, Grandma getting with the 7 deuce.
Hey, there we go.
Giving the people what they want.
Noticing that some people are taking down the bounties with 7 deuce, trying to get in the action herself. Woodley coming along with the 8-3. Brandon coming along with the mystery hand.
Let's see if Grandma can, her first attempt at getting out of line.
Oh man, but when Woodley flops a pair, he doesn't tend to fold flops that often. Okay, there she is.
I was either gonna fold or I was gonna raise. What?
I like the small min.
Jammed all in. Then but if he jammed with all in, I give him credit. But the thing is that if I had like ace jack and I think he has ace king, I'm never gonna want to call it.
You know, mystery hand on a min click to min click.
Not gonna want to.
You know, I don't know if that's the most brilliant
man.
idea. To me, since we can't see it, he either has 7 deuce himself, or, you know, one pair holding kings or aces, maybe type
There's
deal.
no telling what he is.
Something sneaky. He's got aces. He showed pocket aces to her right there.
No, ace deuce.
Ace deuce.
Yeah.
I fold the best
Nah, there we go.
Interesting. Yeah, we got about 20 minutes left in our live stream. Hope everyone's having a wonderful evening. If you're just now joining us, you're hitting the back end of our stream. We still got some time here. You're listening to the voices of Derek and Brandon. Derek, I'm one of the regular commentators here on TCH Live Dallas, and Brandon actually first-time commentator here, guest commentator. One of our regular players here at TCH Dallas, plays a lot of our tournaments, cash games, pretty much anything.
Congress,
yeah, Congress, PLO, Bomb Pot, everything. He loves playing poker here.
Yeah, it's the only place in the Metroplex at any given day, week, hour, of the whatever that whatever
that has every game running.
Yeah, that has every game running. You can't go to anywhere else to find pretty much any variation. And if we want to get some 10-20 mixed game, the floor leadership is just it's always about the people in the chairs first. It's just.
So we got a hand developing here.
Oh, we do.
Yeah. Brandon with the $12 straddle, the double straddle. Grandma with a suited ace, limping in behind, facing some aggression from Rosie. I think she has a fine hand here to just call here.
Yeah,
See a flop.
I mean, she's been plodding along, right? Ace in the window, diamonds, continue to not get out of the way. And, I mean, she flops a little bit equity here. She's going to have to pay to see a turn to see if she can gain any. And she's smirking. But these are the two players that have the tightest image at the table. I mean, they're the opposite of Brandon and Woodley.
And I wonder if that's also in Rosie's mind, but lots of hands he can still get value from. Obviously losing to sets and
Honestly,
two-pair holdings and flop straights.
This is a nice sizing for her to continue with 2 overs and all the back doors being live.
Actually giving her the amazing price here for exactly her holding.
I can tell by their socks.
And I think that's a lot. It's kind of the benefit of watching live streams like this or running solvers. Yeah. You get to actually see what your equity is and if you're actually getting the right price.
Yeah,
holdings, right?
I like the new action tracker piece, especially because depending on how you consume the live stream. Like for me, it's always on my phone. Like some of that stuff's hard to read. But as I'm kind of watching it simultaneously here, you can see if it's under the gun, +1, +2, +3.
Yeah. Ranges from certain positions.
And as it tracks, each of the movement, you don't have to lose where they were from the button.
Thanks for the sub, Shoshana Schwartz. Appreciate it.
You just crushed that name pronunciation.
Yeah, I know. I saw Alice challenge me there, so I took up the challenge.
Your phonetics are quite impressive, sir.
I'm pretty sure that was right? Shoshana Schwartz.
Have to take
Just
it.
rolls right off the tongue.
Yeah.
Dan, we're going to raise the hijack with the ace-jack off. Woodley here in the small blind. Suited king. I think he's coming along.
Never met a suited Broadway he didn't like. I mean, Woodley's sitting over. What is Woodley sitting
3K.
over 3K effective?
Brandon coming along with the 6-3 off. Not just calling though. Gonna put in the cold 3-bets.
And they're ready to battle each other. He thinks Woodley's getting out of line, and he's trying to keep him in check. And Daniel's just looking like, what did I just step in between? And he just flats. He overcalls. I guess for the size of the initial piece,
He was the initial raiser.
Yeah.
And Woodley coming along as well. Appreciate it, Alice. Yeah, I thought I did a good job. Wow, what a flop there for Woodley. Top pair, king high flush draw. 8 on the turn now.
Sean Austin. Oh, we've got an all-in from Woodley.
2, 3, 4, 5, 7 is nuts.
No, that is not the Doogie Aaron.
So it's, yeah.
That's Badusi.
Yeah, it'd be Badusi, but
Yeah.
you would also it'd be combining Deuce 7 triple draw with the Doogie.
Yeah.
It would be, he was describing Deuce 7 triple draw, I think. This is going to show the best hand. Nice hand there for Woodley, profiting $236.
I actually I like that show by Woodley, just to remind people that he can make a hand every once in a while. I mean, they'll see it anyway, but maybe in game, not expose the kicker, keep them guessing.
All right.
Sean Austin having 1,000 big blind stack in any game, that is deep. Yeah. Crazy. Last night here at TCH, random 10, 25, 50, 100 game formed. I don't know if you stopped to watch any of that. It just came together out of nowhere. Probably close to $1 million on the table. I watched someone lose a $115,000 pot. Grandma calling for 19, getting a great price with 10-3.
Stonebridge Advisor saying, what's with the cap and gown uniforms? So our stream tonight is specifically for the Next Gen crew, and they all three graduated from SMU recently. I think yesterday, actually.
Grandma flops bottom two. Woodley with an open-ended straight draw. Casey with top two.
Pair. Oh my goodness.
And Brandon with the gutter.
Yeah, gutter ball to the not nut straight, to a second nut straight. Shoshana Schwartz says, perfect name pronunciation. I don't get that very often. Oh, nice. Welcome to the live stream. Appreciate the sub. And this is going to get dicey here. A bet from Grandma with bottom two pair.
And, she opened the action.
Raise from KC, call from Woodley. Now Brandon getting a price here. And is he going to put more money in here?
Oh.
Oh, man. Not sure what hands he's trying to get to fold here. I mean, with so much strength from KC, KC's been pretty straightforward.
This is the first time Grandma's really been put to the test all night, where she's got a big-time decision to think about. If anyone's capable of making, some people just can't fold two pair. If she's going to be able to make the fold here.
I mean, I would just be worried and behind about what KC has, right? So KC is raising here with some kind of holding. And Brandon has the potential to have some kind of combo draw like King Jack of clubs. Wow, and she makes the great fold, yeah. And Casey's probably should be really upset at Brandon right now. The fact that he folded out a hand that he should be getting a lot of value from.
Yeah.
Grandma makes the great fold. Now Casey with top two pair has to know he has the best hand here. Unless he has to, is he worried about a set maybe?
The only thing sneaking in maybe from Brandon is, pocket threes. I mean, Brandon just straight air ball, We all have to admit punts are entertaining.
Evan A saying Brandon's in punt formation, and I can't agree with you. Couldn't agree with you more. And now Casey rips it in. I mean,
he just said if you guys got it, you got it.
Yeah, this is a massive jam. Really losing out on value from
this was the multi-way environment we live in, and Woodley lays his draw to the nuts down.
And KC announced two pair, and Grandma's going to let him know that I also folded two pair.
And they're having from the left to the right dynamics of the table is couldn't be more opposite. Everyone who's a little tighter, kind of after Brandon from Grandma down, and it's really creating good action across the board.
Todd Lee asking, what stakes are they playing? Just got here. They're playing 1-3, $500 max buy-in, and then with some match a stack here.
Yeah, it's 1-3 match the stack now. Yeah. They made it match the stack after the first hour of the stream went by. You know, as the game has gotten progressively deeper, you're seeing a lot more pre-flop betting action occurring.
Yeah, more three betting.
More three betting.
Even more four betting.
Starting
even,
to see some four betting. I can't remember if we saw if it was a 4-bet jam or if it was a 5-bet jam. You know, something you would never see anywhere else
At a
but
1-3
Texas.
game.
Yeah, but the state of Texas. While we're waiting to deal, someone asked me to explain today why paying for your seat when it's free at a casino is better. You know, if you're not looking at the stack depth right now, that it only continues to grow and not dwindle.
Right.
You know, I can't do a better explanation. I was just thinking of that.
The only time the money comes off the table is to tip the dealer, and that's almost negligible compared to how much money comes on the table when they rake. Right? So
And, you know, a lot of, does it really ever leave a lot of dealers or active players here? You know, it's just, you know, sometimes people who just don't want to know or understand, they just, you know, their mind's made up. But, you know, every major, you know, poker expert out there, you know, the number one thing, you know, they're talking about where you play is, can you beat the rake?
And when you're paying time, you can.
Yeah, because, you know, the simplest explanation is
More money to win, right?
every hour, and let's just take 1-2, for example, at, you know, at a local casino like Choctaw or WinStar, they have the rake and a drop.
Right.
The drop is where they take the small blind and they drop it into the progressive bad beat jackpot, which, by the way,
It doesn't actually go to that.
Yeah, it goes to the house.
Yeah,
and
we've done the math on it before with some of our friends. It's like if they
Yeah.
actually put all the dollars into that progressive jackpot, it'd be like a 100K jackpot every month.
Yeah, and so it's like 0.1 cent of every, you know. And, you know, there's legal loopholes for that and things like that, and we don't need to go into that discussion. But that's just gone from the table, period. Nobody can win that. And then, right,
10% of the or up to $6 now.
you know, people ask, why don't you have auto shufflers here? Auto shufflers are designed to have more hands played, you know, per hour than a hand shuffle. So more hands can potentially get to the full showdown to get the max rake value, which is $7. So if you just do simple math, right, on average, you know, some of their dealers, you know, there's a shortage. I would say our dealers here, every bit as good as the dealers, if not world's leagues better than the auto shufflers, are average about the same, about 25 hands per hour.
I'd say that's pretty close to what I do.
So if you just multiply, that's $175 disappearing from
Every
the table.
hour, yeah.
Yeah, every hour. And on top of that, the games are capped at 100 big blinds. So basically, every hour, someone is knocked out effectively. And,
Every
you know,
hour you're losing a buy-in.
you're losing a buy-in. And the casino's goal is to, you know, make it a zero-sum game where, you know, you have winners, losers. But overall, you know, because the cap is so low at 100 bigs, nobody really gets stacked. And if they do, it's not that bad, relatively speaking, you know. And they want people to stay and everyone lose to the rake. And, you know, people forget that fact that the casino, right, they don't do poker for us to enjoy taking our friends' money. And
Yeah, they do it to take the rake.
they do it to take the rake. You know, right? If you divide that up by 9, that's roughly $13 an hour per se, you know, per chair.
Yep. I mean, so I imagine it can depending on number of hands and whatnot, it can come out close to the same. But the biggest thing, like you said, is no money coming off the table.
No money ever comes off the table. And, you know, people ask, you know, why are they so strict about, you know, keeping money on the table if you want to use a chip to pay for a drink or anything? It's, you know, honestly, the biggest value proposition, you know, places like Texas Card House, no money under any circumstance
It's allowed to come off.
is allowed to come off the table.
For sure.
And, you know, oh, man, it was, they were here with their buddy. They came to Choctaw for the WPT in town. And he's like, yeah, but you don't feel the rake. And
That's what they want you to know. They
Yeah.
feel like. Yeah.
That's
The fact that you don't feel it, they're doing their job right.
Yeah.
And
You
I
think
only,
that seat's free?
No. No, and I really only notice it more. I mean, that's why when they take the rake, they drop in the box, so you never see it. It's out of sight, out of mind, right? So I only really started noticing how much rake actually affects the game when I played at a home game, right? So then they would take the rake and they would drop it in the well.
Yeah.
So I was literally seeing every hour $200 stack up. And I was like, oh my gosh, that's
And,
200. That's 100 big blinds.
That's not even depending on I don't know what stakes you were playing.
It was a 1-2 game with a very actual reasonable rake.
Yeah, that's
It was a 10% up to 10.
not that I've ever partaken in such home games, but from what I hear, you know, those rakes can be
Up to like $50.
you know,
right?
a lot of like marketing hype, you know, a lot of, you know, things that makes TCH the premier destination to come to. I mean, you don't have to deal with a rake one. Riffraff, you know.
Jedi Master Ted saying when I was dealing underground games, I would take $275 an hour off the table.
That also sounds light from
that-
what I may or may not know.
Yeah.
And right, you know, you tip your waitress, your dealer still. I mean, that compounds the fact, you know, as less money leaves, you know, you top off and things like that.
Oh, wow. And the river card there. Giving Grandma a straight as Aaron did turn a better hand than Grandma, and Aaron's leading the outs.
He's going to rep what Grandma has, and he's just going to run into it, you know.
I don't even know how this pot got so big here. $500 almost in the pot.
Aaron raised at 35. Grandma actually, she's loosening it up. She, you know, she's realizing 3-bet her strength.
I like that she's 3-betting. I think she could definitely go with larger sizings based on what I'm seeing. Raise at 35.
A min click.
Yeah.
Not just barely min click, you know.
I do like where, you know, what she's doing here. But, you know, I definitely think she could increase the sizes a bit with her 3-bets. You know, get some folds in there. And
Yeah, I mean, you know, I think I've been enjoying the 1-3 streams on Tuesday. You know, for the past couple weeks it's been running. You know, this is realistic. Every person can play poker,
for
and
sure.
you know, there's going to be someone coming to our the 1-3 stream soon. A girl, a young lady I met today, actually in the Sunday tournament, who was really excited.
she's playing this week on Tuesday.
I forgot what date. It's coming up. I'm going to come just to, you know, holler at you again, wish you good luck before. You know, she was like, "Do you have any advice?" And I was like, yeah, nothing really changes. You know,
Just play your game. Yeah. Try not to.
Don't fall into, you know, any of the extreme, you know, kind of donkey things that can happen from time to time. You know, Grandma's a perfect example of that. You know, she hasn't had. I don't think she's had a single pocket pair. No suited broadways, and you know, she bought in for $500 and is sitting at 2.5K.
Yeah, she's having an amazing night for sure.
Um,
I think I did hear that, you know, this is the last hand on the limit, and then they're going to do another PLO bomb pot to end the night. And I got a question from Visridge. How hard is it to sign up for these? Not very hard, actually. So this is our very unique 1-3 game for the Next Gen group. So if you go to their YouTube channel, look up Next Gen Poker on YouTube. Underneath any of the videos that they have in the description box, they'll have a link tree to their Patreon, and once you join their Patreon, I think you get an invite to their Discord as Brandon has joined, and then when you join our Discord, you'll get access to, you know, potential meetup games for the live stream. So that's the best way to do it.
So they may have been the gal who's talking to me today, if that might be her or one of her friends. You know, I think they contact someone else for just the regular weekly live stream.
Okay, yeah, that's through our own live stream group. So if you go to our description box, there's also a link tree there to, yeah, I think it's still there. I don't see it actually in, oh no, yeah. If you go to our description box, there's a link tree there for Texas Card House, and you can find a sign up there to play on our live streams on Tuesdays Wednesdays and Tuesdays and Wednesdays.
Yeah, she was super excited to be coming to join the stream. I watched her play in the tournament for a bit. Frankie just, turning 2 pair. This is like a reverse Woodley play right here. He's got the ace deuce, and Woodley's got inside straight flush draw, looking for the Bink City with the 7 or the queen of spades right here. Deuce of spades would be nice too for some real blood.
Oh, and the 10 there.
And that's going to give Woodley a
Higher
bigger
2-pair.
2-pair. And let's see if Frankie can get away from this. They've been battling multiple times, but I mean, there's a 4-liner. Yeah.
Wow, nice in there for Woodley, yeah, and also turning open-ended straight flush draw. So now we're off to the last, I think.
Aw, Grandma's got some surprises.
I was waiting for you. You told me before. I didn't want to say anything. Awesome. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Are we playing for this?
And it looks like Grandma brought some graduation gifts for our 3 recent grads, so that's awesome.
In the Discord, we'd been talking about this. You can hide things from them also. It's something she wanted to do, so it totally just clicked in my mind. Discord's expensive. They love giving back. It's totally worth the $5. You meet great people. It's fun when you see pictures of chip stacks coming in from tournaments.
Yeah, it's just
and
like a nice
things.
little community, right?
Yeah, and you know what? Like some of the guys, I remember for the last meetup game, I forget where he flew in from.
Oh, and actually, that was the last hand there,
Yeah.
so apologize.
Just
for
were
that.
alerted
Let's
to
go back
that.
to the screen here. So this was Brandon here, and we'll sign off right now.
Yeah.
It was fun, and hope to do this again with
Absolute
you, man.
blast.
All right. See y'all later.
Later.
Good night.